And now it's time for Create a Podcaster to Entertain Your Own Audience, presented by PurpleCheeseMan Industries, which was just made up right now. All right, let's see here. Let's give it the
Duck.
head. No, let's give it the head of a cheeky purple cowboy. Let's give it the body of a quirky Dungeons and Dragons fanatic. And for shoes, yeah, how about duck feet, just to really ruin the whole thing. And end. And that's when Lancer comes in. He's like, "Wow, looks average. Are you sure you guys aren't boring?" It's Deltarune,
Man.
baby.
It's Deltarune.
Da da
Sorry,
da da.
that just got me thinking about the fact that all I did was make a duck.
I did. What was mine? I picked all the gun parts.
Oh.
And it's funny because if you max out, like, there's the little stats thing. If you max out where it says guns, then Susie looks at it and goes like, "Wow, I didn't know you guys were so into guns."
That's amazing. If you make the duck, she just looks at it and she goes, "It's just a duck."
Yeah. Yeah.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
But people who haven't played this game don't know what we're talking about. And speaking of
Nope.
people who haven't played this game, spoiler warning!
Yeah, this is going to be one with an extra big spoiler warning.
Yep. So it's like, okay, so you're talking about Deltarune, chapters 1 and 2 today. So you're saying I should go play Deltarune chapters 1 and 2. And the answer is not quite. Before you play that, you should play Undertale first.
Mm-hmm.
And like that might just sound like us being like, "Oh, well, you gotta start from the beginning or whatever." I recently downloaded Deltarune onto my Switch and went to play it. And on the Switch version, it literally opens with, "This game is best enjoyed if you first experience Undertale." And then it links to the eShop so you can go to Undertale.
Yup.
It's just like, wow. They knew.
Yeah. It's.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that like this game, it really is better if you play Undertale first, just because it draws on so much of like you playing Undertale first and going in with like Undertale in mind.
Right. There is a lot, especially at the beginning of the game, that was very deliberately meant to make you think about your experience playing Undertale.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Not to mention also, if you play Deltarune first and then go backwards, Undertale then feels like a more archaic version of Deltarune.
right, because the whole point of Deltarune is that they like really fleshed out the combat system and everything, and so
Yeah.
kind of
And
feels like you're taking a step back.
it's one of those things like, okay, it's so hard to sell people on Undertale because I've always said the less you know going in, the better.
Yeah.
Which is really like that is a tough sell for a game. But just trust
Because you
me
might not like it.
because like it takes you not knowing about it into account with like the game. Like the less you know, the better your experience will be.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, with that said, Undertale is old enough now that, like, the memes are all still there, but, like, the discussion about the storyline is kind of, like, fading away.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, most of what people are gonna know is, like, oh, there's, like, funny skeletons and meme music.
Yeah.
And that's, like, pretty much it, so...
Yeah. And like man, just play Undertale. it's like what, 10-15 bucks on Steam.
Yeah, it's I think like normally it's like $15. But it goes on sale pretty often. You can get it for like 10.
Yeah, it's a really good game. You'll have a good time.
And I also get that because chapters 1 and 2 of Deltarune are free, it's a bit more enticing to start with those
Uh-huh.
and then be like, "Oh, and I'll just buy Undertale later," but you know, like we said, it's good to start with Undertale first. We can't stop you, but
yeah, and it's not like you can't play Deltarune without, or like you can play Deltarune first. It just, you'll miss some of the experience.
yeah,
But
it is kind of best experience. And plus, like, we both are Undertale fans. Like,
yeah,
that game gets our stamp of approval. We'd recommend it. So, like, really, with that said, our experiences with Deltarune and everything, don't even, like, wait for like, oh, and now we'll talk about the story, and here's a spoiler warning. Just, like, if you haven't played Undertale, then stop listening to this podcast and go start Undertale.
mm-hmm. We'll be here when you're done. And that's the other thing too. Undertale is not a long game.
Yeah, it's pretty short.
You can block because it's meant to be replayed multiple times. So like, it's not a huge time commitment,
Mm-hmm.
which is one of the reasons that I love that game, and I actually finished it.
Yeah. Okay, so are we ready to get talking about? I guess the history is the first thing we do.
Yeah, our histories are pretty closely linked because I discovered this first.
Not true.
Wait, really? Ooh, okay. Hold up.
I mean, I don't know. Separately from
I played it first. I know that.
Yeah, you definitely played it first. So let's see. The first place that I found it was there's an artist, music artist that I follow on YouTube who did a remix of something from Undertale. And so, like, I just found that and I was just like, wow, this music is really good. It was like the Napstablook fight or something like that.
Ooh.
I was just like, dang, this is really good. And then everybody in the comments was like, this is like one of the coolest games I've ever seen. Like, everybody go play this. And it was like before it was big. Like,
Yeah.
and so I was just like, oh, this sounds pretty interesting. Like, what's it like? And they're like, oh, it's an RPG. It's kind of, you know, it's got some like quirkiness to it, like a lot of old school RPGs have and everything. And so I was like, oh, it's pretty neat. I wonder if I'll ever see it. And then, what was it? They started playing it on Game Grumps.
That's right.
Because they had the Steam Train episode. And I watched their first episode of it. And then they were like, okay, stop what you're doing. Just go play the game. Don't keep watching. And I was like, okay. I guess I'll try this sometime. And that's when you showed up.
Yep.
You bought the game, and then me, and Steven, we're all just playing it over and over again.
Yep. So, yeah. So what actually happened for me, I first heard about it from my friends. Like, just out of the blue, suddenly they were all like, I think we went to a convention that year, and there was a bunch, like, there were like one or two like cosplays from Undertale.
Okay.
But like I said, the game had just come out and nobody really knew about it yet. So like there was like one or two of them. And my friends were talking about like, oh my gosh, this game is amazing. You have to play it. You know, and I'm like, cool. I did that thing I always do. Add it to the list, and then I don't play it.
You're like, you guys say that about everything.
Yeah. But like, you know, like very high praise for it. Wouldn't tell me anything other than that.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, okay, whatever. And then like you, the Game Grumps did that first episode. And I was entranced by that game. I was like, ooh, this is really neat. And then I think I watched like one other YouTuber I was subscribed to, like, also played it. And they played right up until like they finished the first like big boss battle, and so like I saw how to do it, and I was just like, oh, okay, like this game looks interesting. I might get this. And then I got horribly sick.
Oh yeah.
Like I felt terrible. I stayed home from work. And I was just sitting on the couch, bored out of my skull. And so I just like grabbed the laptop, and I was like, you know what? I think it was like $15. I'm gonna just buy it.
Was it even then? Like, I thought the price went up after a while, after
Well,
it
so
got
what
more
it was?
popular.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I think the game was $15, but I think I bought it bundled with the soundtrack.
Yeah, that's right.
Which, best purchase I've ever made.
Yep, that soundtrack.
That soundtrack is so good.
That's one you'll be hearing us and anyone that talks about Toby Fox's games talk about.
Yeah.
It's the music.
Yeah. The music is phenomenal. But so I bought that, and then just like over the course of like 2 or 3 days played through the whole thing. Because like I think the first day I finished with like Waterfall and like Undyne, and then like day 2 I got the neutral ending, and then day 3 I got like the true ending. And loved the crap out of that game. Like that was one of the I was sick as a dog, but that was some of the most fun I've ever had with a game. Like
Yeah.
I fell in love with it. I was like sold. I want to consume more of this, but this is all there is. I love Undertale. One of my top 5 favorite games of all time.
Wow.
And then I think I either had you play it.
So what happened was you had
Yeah.
Steven play it next.
That's right.
And I was like, I wasn't always there to watch Steven play, but basically I was filling in the gaps with like the Game Grumps playthrough. And then like whenever I could catch it live, I'd watch Steven play.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually I did go back and play through the game myself, but just like watching Steven play was kind of my first experience with it. And that's the story of Undertale. Thanks for watching, guys. Next time we'll do a different episode. Yeah.
But yeah, so as a result, like I got sucked pretty hard into the Undertale like rabbit hole.
Right. And so from there it was just Deltarune was announced as the follow-up.
Yeah, well,
Undertale.
it was interesting too. I don't know if you were aware of how Deltarune got announced.
I heard about it, but it was announced and came out and all that.
Yeah, because I was like,
while I was in Ecuador, so
okay.
missed it. So you gave me the rundown of how it happened, but
yeah, I also missed it because like Toby Fox specifically said the rules are you can't talk about it for 24 hours. You can't spoil the big surprise. And basically on his Twitter account, like all these cryptic messages and like wingdings that people had to decode.
Yep.
Basically saying like, hey, I'm running a survey. And you have to like download the survey program. And you download it, and boy, that was like the sketchiest thing I've ever done. Because if you do it on PC, this is before it was on the Switch. This is one of the sketchiest things because you're like you try and like download it, and your computer treats it like a virus. It like brings up like, hey, are you sure you want to run this? Like, I think one of the pop-up boxes, like, you acknowledge the possibility of pain and seizure.
Yeah.
And I was like, or it was like you accept, like, there's like an actual box that pops up, and it's like, it once again says, like, you can't talk about it for 24 hours. Um, you accept everything that happens regardless of the consequences. and and then it runs the survey program, which is the beginning of it.
Yeah.
And then just all of a sudden it's like, no, it's just it's a full game.
It's just the entire
It's the entire first chapter of this game.
Yeah, it's
And I'm
pretty
just like,
wacky.
what the heck, Toby?
So it was kind of funny with my first exposure to Deltarune. Um, there was a family that we were visiting. Like while I was in Ecuador, we were visiting this one family, and they had a son who was like 15. And I was looking over and I saw him and he was playing Undertale. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I love this game! It's so cool!" And he's like, "Yeah, this is one of my favorites. Have you seen Deltarune yet?" And I was like, "I didn't even know there was a thing called Deltarune." I'm like, "Not yet." Like I think I heard like the next Toby Fox thing was out, but I didn't even know what it was. And then just this kid out of nowhere is just like, "Have you seen Deltarune?" And I'm like, "No." No, I'm doing religious work. I'm not allowed to play video games right now. But it was just so funny how out of the blue that was, that I just found a kid playing Undertale. But yeah, since then we've both played Deltarune. I've played
Yep.
through it many times now, which is funny
Yeah.
to think about.
I need to replay chapter 2 because I found secrets and Easter eggs on my chapter 1 file, and I need to
Yep.
go. I need
I
to replay it.
I did it. I'm so happy I got the original Star Walker.
Yeah! Oh my gosh, this is the best Easter egg ever.
That was so, like, I found him in chapter 1 and I was like, "Did I do it right?" And then in chapter 2 he just shows up for no reason. I was like, "Yeah!" Oh, there's so many good secrets. But let's talk about our first impressions.
First impressions.
This is so
Uh,
weird. We spent so much time doing the Smash Bros. One where we just talk about characters that now it's like we're doing our order of like
yeah, like
history,
our
first
structured
impressions,
thing.
presentation. It's just like, what the? This is
It's
weird.
weird. This is weird. But yeah, for me, just it's good. Like, it just feels like the natural evolution of Undertale. Like, the artwork's great. The just everything about it. Like, I was like, yeah, no, this is good. This is just Toby Fox improving what he's already perfected.
Yeah, it just kind of satisfies on all fronts. Uh, I will say, as far as my first impressions go, the first thing that I experienced while playing the game was a little bit of hassle with the save files because
Right.
because Steven had already played through the game on my PC. And so, like, trying to start a new save file, it was doing all this stuff where it kept turning my save file into his, or it would have the save file with no name on it, and, like, I just kept getting all
I'm
these
so
weird glitches,
sorry.
and so it's like I beat it, and then chapter 2 came out, and I couldn't go from my previous save into that, and so I just had to start a blank chapter 2, and it's like there's like the machine that you build in chapter 1 is supposed to, like, there's a callback to that, and it's just like, well, this isn't the one I built. It's like that's
Yeah.
frustrating.
I'm so sorry,
um
dude.
but because of all that, that's why I got it on the Switch, and now I can just play through it proper, and I'm like actually like getting secrets and stuff that'll carry over to the next set of
hmm
chapters.
Yeah.
So that's pretty
Um
cool.
I I had it on my old laptop, which I don't have that laptop anymore. I don't know where it is
Yeah.
anymore. And so like right before Chapter 2 came out, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get it on Switch. I'm just gonna replay it. I think because I think I already had it on my Switch because my wife played it, played Chapter 1 on there, and so I was just like, oh, I've already got it. Like I'll just replay Chapter 1 on here and just to the best of my ability make all of the same choices.
Yeah.
Um,
With it though, I'm wondering about like when the whole game is complete, how it'll be on Switch, just because there is some very computery aspects to Undertale, with things like
yeah,
the game crashing and like having to reopen the files and
yeah. Well, there's one that I know about because on PC in the first Spamton fight, it says press F1 for help, and if you actually press F1,
right, a little
uh,
thing comes down and heals you.
yeah,
Right, so there is stuff like that. Um, I'll have to see because I haven't. I just barely started chapter 2 on the Switch,
yeah,
so I'll have to see. But now we're just kind of mucking around.
we are,
I guess yeah, that's most of what we can say about the first impressions. It's a step up from Undertale
yeah.
in
Well,
terms
and
of presentation and things.
I'll
Especially.
definitely,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah. I was gonna say like Chapter 1 just felt like an evolution of Undertale. Chapter 2 just felt like it just built even more on what Chapter 1
An
established. And it was
evolution
just
of chapter 1.
yeah. And so like I figure it's just going to keep getting better with each
Right.
chapter.
Yeah, definitely. One of the notable things, I guess we can start moving into presentation with this
Yeah.
comment then, but in terms of the graphics, one of the most notable things, they have, what's her name, Temmie, is doing a ton more of like sprite work and stuff, especially battle sprites.
Mm.
And so visually, the game is like immensely more appealing to look at than Undertale was.
Mhm.
Because there was just like, even like in terms of graphics, there's just a ton of it that was just Toby drawing things. And
Yeah.
a lot of times it's played to great comedy, but like Toby is not an extremely good artist.
I would argue like
I mean, well, okay, that's the thing. He's a good artist, but like he makes some funky looking stuff.
yeah. It's interesting cuz like in some aspects you're like, "Oh, wow, this looks really bad." But then in like others like Toby has this gift for facial expressions. Like
Yeah, definitely.
like
Like
especially just
the
really like emotive characters.
yeah, the really like, I guess you could say the more like memey facial expressions
Yeah.
that the characters get. But yeah, just in general, like the fact that Toby's helping a bit more. I mean, not Toby, Temmie is helping a bit more with the
Yeah.
graphics, and in general, like other artists and things, like they've
He has like a
expanded.
whole team working on chapter 2 now.
Yeah, they've expanded a bit more, and visually, the game is quite nice to look at. The sprite
Hmm.
work is all really good. Whereas, like with Undertale, like the crappy sprite work was part of the charm,
Uh-huh.
but like it was crappy. So, just
Yeah.
like very solid improvements visually.
I was gonna say, still talking about Toby's art. You know what it kind of reminds me of is one the guy who does like One Punch Man and Mob Psycho.
Oh yeah,
Like a lot of people, it's kind of in the same vein where like people are like, "Oh man, like his art's really bad, but his storytelling is amazing." But then like you actually look at some of his art, and it's like, no, he can capture that emotion pretty dang well. That like
yeah. It's like it's not that it's bad. It's just like it has a very strange look to it.
yeah,
It's kind of unconventional.
it's it when thinking about like one and his art style, it's like very flat,
Uh huh.
but even then, like, he still like attempts very dynamic things, even though it's like it's difficult for him to do.
Yeah.
And so like you get what he's going for.
And much like Deltarune, like much like One Punch Man, there's the like the anime adaptation where everything is like based on his art style, but just like a studio is doing it, so it looks like smoother
Yeah.
and cleaner, but still like you look at it and you can tell that it's, you know, his work.
Uh-huh.
It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But that was kind of like the vibe that I got from the art style.
Yeah. There's a lot of like care and little details put into the like the sprites of all the characters. And in general, just like the dialogue boxes, the
Yeah.
characters have a lot more expressions on them, and
I
it's
I
good.
love the expressions in the dialogue box. There are some absolute gold expressions in the dialogue boxes.
Yep. And then there's a lot of those like direct, like Toby drew it on paper and then just put it right in as sprite work. The burger pants, or I guess I should say
Gosh.
pizza pants faces.
He'll always be Burger Pants to me.
Yeah.
Um,
I
but
get
yeah,
the other side of the presentation though, the music.
gosh, Toby. This is the thing too about when like the director of a game is also a musician.
Yep.
Like like so many moments just like hinge on the music and they just absolutely knock it out of the park. And this game is no exception.
Absolutely. It's I don't know. It's hard to think of new unique ways to complement Toby Fox's like musical style because like we've all seen and heard it a bunch of times. It's leitmotifs. He just knows how to write a tune that represents a character or a feeling and then bring it back and kind of alter the feeling and everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many like great video games out there with like soundtracks that have, you know, excellent use of leitmotifs, but when you think of the word, you immediately think of Toby Fox because he just like that is his style, is the use of leitmotifs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's perfect. And even like beyond that, he just knows how to like make everything harmonize super well and just make this really catchy stuff that's so like unconventional, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, and also like there's a lot of music, like just across like these two chapters. Like
Oh
there's
yeah.
so much music, and like there's even just like songs that are just throwaway gags that like oh here's like this one piece of dialogue with this one NPC that will trigger this song for all of like 4 seconds
Yep.
um for a throwaway gag, but like yeah, he's gonna have it take up space in his game because like it's music and it needs to be in there.
Mm-hmm. Toby understands perfectly how much like integrating a music like straight into the gameplay, making them like 100% tied together, just how much it can do for your game.
Yeah, not just music too, but also like the lack of music at certain points, or
Right.
like
Just in
you know
general, good sound design.
just ambience, like
And now I'll say good sound design with an asterisk because that generic explosion sound that he keeps using, it was freaking hilarious at most the first 3 times, but like chapter 2 really just beats you over the head with that stock explosion sound.
I
Like,
I actually love it because like it's so just you can tell that is Toby's sense of humor.
it is definitely like I know I've heard people say that like, oh, the humor is probably just like pandering because it's trying to create memes or whatever. I'm like, I don't believe that for a second. I'm pretty sure
No.
this is just Like, Toby doesn't care who else finds his humor funny. It's just purely a thing that he would find funny, so he put it in his game.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that Toby, I don't think he panders, because like I don't think
No.
he didn't expect Undertale to get as big as it did, and then like same with Deltarune, like he's like, this is the game that I want to make, and so I think Toby just puts it in because he thinks this will be hilarious,
Yeah.
which is like, and that's probably my favorite thing about this game is that it shows. Like just in every nook and cranny of this game is just this is like Toby's heart and soul.
Right. If there's anything you could say about the kind of games he makes, it's that they're definitely genuine. They come
Mm-hmm.
from a very sincere place from him. It is not just a matter of like, oh, like I want to, make a game that'll get really popular and make a lot of money. All of like the stuff that's in there, like the writing, the characters, the gameplay concepts, the world, the experience, it all comes from like real life experience from him
Mm-hmm.
in a way that just, it all works.
Yeah. I did want to say something about still on the topic of presentation, the
Yeah.
controls.
Well, I was
Once
gonna
again,
say we talk about the gameplay next, which
oh yeah, the
that
gameplay.
actually does kind of fit more into the gameplay than the
Yeah.
presentation, but
Um,
go ahead.
just specifically, like I feel like once again, just each chapter, from Undertale to chapter 1 to chapter 2, it just controls better and better.
Definitely.
And like specifically the mercy mechanic that like was integral to like Undertale. Chapter 1 it kind of just felt tacked on because he's like, well, I had to put it there. And it didn't really like add much.
Yeah, it was like you could lightly influence the storyline, not like the direction it goes, but just like character moments are slightly different depending on whether you attack or spare.
Uh-huh. But then like chapter 2 it really built on like the concept of like that mechanic and like really like integrated it into its story.
Mm-hmm.
Which is great, and I'm so excited to see what it does to chapter 3 with the way things can branch now. But
Right.
even
And not to mention the fact that it's not just about like being a good guy or a bad guy. It's like the fact that sparing is a mechanic because you get your recruits.
yeah,
The enemies that you spare are then recruited to your like hometown, your central hub, and then it brings them there. And so it's just like it turns it from just like, oh, do you want to kill or not kill, like a morality thing, to like, oh, there's an incentive for not killing. It's not just a challenge run thing, it's like a collection thing. You got to see if you
yep.
can collect all the guys. And so it's pretty genius. I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, well, and especially like I like it because it does encourage you to be good and to like, oh yeah, no, I want to recruit everyone.
Uh-huh. Cuz that was just kind of the point of it. Was before it was like, oh, you can kill and get experience and get stronger, or you cannot kill and it's just harder. But like you have the satisfaction of doing it. Whereas now it's like, no, there's rewards on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good way to do it.
Uh,
A particular mechanic that I really enjoy that Deltarune adds is the bullet graze.
yes.
The fact like the enemies attack and you go into like a bullet hell dodging phase, just like Undertale. But the slight tweak they made that makes it even better is that just narrowly avoiding a bullet, but like closely instead of completely, will increase the amount of TP you gain. And so it incentivizes you to get risky and like inch right up next to the bullets as they fire.
Yep.
And it creates this mindset instead of just like go where it's safe, it's like weave through the bullets and,
Yeah.
and like really get involved.
It's such a genius addition because like what's funny is because my wife and we've been replaying Undertale together, and I played Deltarune and then went back. And, like, I had that mindset of, like, oh, no, graze the bullets or whatever. But I was like, oh, no, not in this game. Like, stay the heck away from them.
Yeah,
like,
you don't
don't
even
come
do
near
that.
them. But, like, I love you're rewarded for playing a little more dangerously, a little more risky.
Yeah.
It's such a great idea. Especially because then you look for those patterns
Mm-hmm.
of, like, all right, there's a little gap right here. Not to mention when the bullets come at you really fast, and you just are in the perfect spot, you just see that TP just like shoot full.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fun.
It really is a good way to keep you engaged instead of just hiding.
Yep. I
Uh,
also really enjoy like the idea of having a team.
yeah, the
Uh,
fact that you got a party
I
instead of
I
just being one
love
person.
having a party. I think it's so good.
I will say, especially the thing that Chapter 2 added that really, really made the combat fun was the fact that your teammates can act on their own. And so it's
Yes.
not like you have to have Chris interact with them and then anyone can spare a creature. It's like anybody else can act, and that's like where their abilities are. And you can just sit there and like rack up TP and then have whoever use
Yeah,
their
well,
abilities.
Um, I'm sure I'll talk about it a little later, but like there is a specific secret boss in chapter 1 that is so difficult because like if Chris goes down, you can't progress the fight uh like non-violently. You
Yeah.
need Chris to be up. Um whereas like the secret boss in chapter 2, like I'd have a party member go down and then be like, all right, I have one person focus on healing and protecting them, and then another person can still keep the fight, like keep the momentum of the fight
Yeah, they can
moving.
keep acting.
And that was, I love that.
So that was the one thing that made like Chapter Two's gameplay be like the most satisfying
Mm-hmm.
because it works so well. And of course, this is a gameplay topic. We'll get into this more as we talk about individual characters, but the boss fights especially are
Oh, dude,
they're
yes.
outstanding. Like that was kind of how it was with Undertale, where it was like the encounters with enemies here and there are just like, oh, this is some mindless fun. Like, I'm sparing things, or I'm killing things, or whatever. And,
I've
and then
I've
and then
fought.
you get to the bosses, and then it's like, okay, this is where actual stuff matters.
Yeah,
The
it
gameplay is
it's
a lot more engaging in Deltarune, especially Chapter 2. So it's like even the common enemy encounters are fun, but along with that, they like ramped up how amazing the bosses are.
yeah. I was gonna say because like the common enemy, I love Toby Fox's approach to the common enemy, where like because he wanted to make every enemy feel unique and like special, and so like they're like each one is its own unique encounter, um, but you fight the same Vulcan like 12 times and you're trying to get through an area and you're like, okay, I'm done fighting this enemy. I already did it once. I don't want to do it again. Versus like when you get to the boss, like they're unique and they're very special.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I had to say about presentation.
Well, it's like I said, presentation and gameplay are kind of two separate
Yeah, sorry. I
categories, but
I, I have them lumped together in my notes, and so I just looked at the. Ignore that.
yeah, but that's all right. I guess tying it all in together, gameplay and presentation, it's just those boss fights, like That's always where the music goes the hardest. It's always where like the creative gameplay gimmicks come out. Visually, there's like, especially in chapter 2, there's like visually some wacky stuff going on.
Oh yeah.
They really managed to put together something super cool. I will say definitely with Undertale, I felt more like with kind of the archaic battle system and the kind of muted visual style that's not as crazy as Deltarune. I look back at that and I'm like, I like that game for its story and for like what it tries to do.
Mm-hmm.
But then like with Deltarune, it's just like, no, this is just a freaking fun game to play. Like,
Yeah. You know what
I enjoy
else?
the loop
Like
so much.
the way like everyone like moves to their side of the screen and everything, it gives me Chrono Trigger vibes.
Yeah, I can see
I
it.
don't know. Maybe it's the party of three and like the way that like your party members play off each other, but like it really reminds me of Chrono Trigger.
And with that, here's hoping they do like team attacks or something, because
Oh,
that would be,
I mean, we
rad.
got a little bit of that in like
You get like
some of
the
it.
shared act abilities,
Yeah.
but I mean, like imagine like, I don't know, chapter 5 or something. Like you can choose between a bunch of different party members, which of the 3 you want in there, and then like they have team attack abilities that they can do together, like team actions.
Oh, I would love that a lot. I feel like we're not going to get teammates like unless it's story specific, but maybe. I don't know. Only Toby knows.
The
And I
thing
guess
is,
the
there's
team.
supposed to be like 7 chapters,
I
right?
know. There's a lot and like so much has happened in just these first 2.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking like there's probably gonna be enough like teammates that like there's gonna be, at least a new one each chapter, but then it'll cap at a certain point, and it just makes sense to me that you'd be able to choose like, oh, have these 2 party members in or have these, and then you can have different builds. But I guess we'll have to see where it goes, because it could also legitimately just be like it is in chapter 2, mostly Susie and Ralsei, and then it's like, oh, and now you get Noelle or something.
Yeah. Um but yeah, that's kind of what I had to say if you had anything else to add.
No, I think that covers the majority of it. Just
All right.
really fun to play. So if you were a naughty young child, then you ignored our spoiler warnings. So now we're gonna go on to talking about like characters and their plot involvement. We're not gonna do like a direct like beat for beat covering of the story this time. We're mostly just gonna talk about characters. But again, if you haven't played it, and like any of the things we've talked about here has swayed your opinion, like please play. Please play these games.
Please do.
All right. It's time to talk about some characters.
Yeah. So I kind of in my notes I have like chapter 1, like I have it broken between chapter 1 and chapter 2.
Yeah, I think more or less they're kind of separated by chapter 1 and chapter 2. I kind of just have like the important characters as they show up in the story. So,
I also have just like the returning characters from Undertale. And I didn't really have a lot that I wanted to say about them. Mostly because like when I started playing, I was more interested in these new characters.
Yeah,
like
same.
Like when I first turned on the game, I was so invested because I was like, "Oh, dude, there they all are." But now, like,
now you want to know where it's gonna go with the new characters.
I'm more invested in them. That said, I do want to acknowledge good old Burger Pants and just how wonderful of a character he is. It just, I love it. Do you know what it is? It's that bit where you talk to him, and he's talking about like him and Azzy, and he's just like, we used to go around picking up, for example, checks. And just like that, like zoom in on his
Yeah,
face.
the face sprite gets really like, like
So it kills me, dude.
before he was kind of just like this weird, dumpy minimum wage worker in Undertale, and now he's kind of like a creep almost. It's like, what the
Yeah,
heck?
he's very much a creep, and like I don't know, it kind of makes him endearing.
But also kind of in like an Ed and Eddie sort of way, where it's like
Yes.
it's like you're a freaking idiot, but it's entertaining how much of a freaking idiot you are.
Yes. Oh, that was the best comparison.
Yeah, let me think. As far as like returning Undertale characters, um, it's such a small detail, but I like the new sprite of Temmie. How she's got the
Yeah.
black hat that like her normal internet avatar has.
Yep.
It's so funny. Like I started watching a lot of Temmie's live streams and stuff, and so I'm like, I hear the way she talks, and it's just like, oh, now I get why Temmie is like in game. Temmie is the way she is.
Yep.
It's it's because IRL Temmie is exactly the same.
Exactly. Oh man, it's perfect. Um but yeah, like the returning characters, it's so weird too because you're set up to like to think that like, oh, this is a sequel. And then you're like, no, this is its own universe.
hmm
Like there are similarities, but like it's not the same.
Yeah.
Um, I will say the other like returning character that I'm very invested in is freaking Onion San.
Onion San, right.
Yeah, just because there's so many, they give you so many dialogue options with him, and like they're so entertaining. And of course, you can mess it up, and it just gets this just like like shocked face, and he just leaves.
Yep.
It's so funny.
Yeah, it is kind of funny the way they use them. The one I will say, a character I very, very, very much enjoyed from Undertale was Asgore. So
Yeah.
he kind of bums me out.
He makes me so sad.
What was the Toby on the what was it on like the Deltarune live stream that they did where he's just like, sorry about Asgore in this game, man. He's kind of a bummer. Like,
oh man.
it's just kind of like, oh, that's sad.
It's really sad. Well, especially like I don't know if this is the case for you, but like cuz you know, our parents divorced, like
Yeah.
all of that stuff hits really close to home.
Yeah, definitely. The I mean there's so much like just from Undertale that like involves my feelings about those characters and how
Yeah.
like I don't know if morally it's the right stance to take, but I kind of vibe with Asgore a bit better than Toriel. And so the
Yeah.
fact that like the game is really like, oh yeah, he's like kind of the washed up loser and Toriel's the one that has everything together. It's like, really?
I
I
feel
don't
like we're gonna
like
learn
that.
I feel like we're only 2 chapters in, we're gonna learn more. But
Yeah.
yeah,
It's just that, like they make him kind of pathetic in this game and everything. I'm like, man, he was so cool in Undertale.
yeah. It's very interesting because like so many of these characters are so different
hmm
than like because like their experiences aren't the same. And like right off the bat, like the moment I realized that this was its own universe was in chapter 1 when I talked to Undyne and I asked her about Alphys and she's like, "Who?" And
Yeah.
she's like, "Oh, okay. Like, if I see someone named Alphys, I'll go beat them up." And I'm just like, "What have I done?"
Yep. Or there's like
Um,
the sand standing out there, and it's just like, "How are you, man?" And he's like, "Pretty good, considering I have no idea who you are. Who are you?"
yeah. Oh man, freaking
they and they
Sans.
keep teasing us with Papyrus.
Gosh, that's Toby's got to keep us waiting. Watch us never meet him until chapter 7.
That would be funny.
I would laugh, but I would be sad.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I gotta save the goods.
Um.
Also, Alphys as the teacher, that works pretty
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. It really does.
I love the little thing. This is, I mean, I guess this is. I don't know. If you're hearing this, you've already played it, but like, what was I gonna say? There's the thing about how she leaves the little thing of milk out.
Oh
And she's
yeah.
like, I have a cat. And by that I mean, like, I haven't actually seen it. I just leave the milk out and something drinks it. So I'm assuming it's a cat. And then at the end of chapter 2, Susie's like, somebody leaves out free milk all the time. It's great.
Yeah. Which is great. Like, oh man.
It's
Alphys
good.
is also kind of a bit of a loser in this, but she tries to be the cool teacher and she just doesn't.
Yeah. It's funny that way, though.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I'm very interested to see where some of these characters go. Like what Toby ends up doing with them. Because
Right.
they're so similar, but they're so different.
They almost kind of seem less like how they were in the games and more like how the internet personifies them.
Yeah. Oh man. That might be the best like description of what I've been trying to say for a while.
Because it definitely feels like these versions of the characters were pulled right out of somebody's like AU fanfic.
That's why Undyne is the police officer.
Yeah. Undyne's great though. There's just that part where she's like benching the car during the traffic jam.
Dude. Yeah.
So good.
So okay, so the first like actual new character I have on here is Chris. I just like we'll talk about them later.
Oh, you put Chris first. Okay.
Yeah, well, I have them first in the list, but like a note like we're gonna come back to Chris.
Okay. I have Chris at the end of my list,
Yeah.
so I was wondering if something
I
was up.
figured we'll talk about them at the end. But so the next one I have is Susie.
Yeah.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on Susie?
I think she's pretty great. She makes a good protagonist, main character. Because it's not Chris, it's Susie.
She really, Susie is my favorite from chapter 1.
Yeah.
Like, just I love her character arc and how much she changes. I saw this thing. There's a post I saw. I was talking about how like Susie. I think it's from chapter 2, but like there's some comment where Susie's like, "Oh, like Susie doesn't care about any. Like I don't care about anyone." And then following it, it was every instance of Susie being concerned for like somebody else.
Yep.
And like Susie is the one who cares the most about everyone. Like right off the bat, like when you're in the dark world and like Lancer is chasing you and like immediately Susie's like, Chris, run. Like
Yep.
there's that, there's like the whole thing with Lancer in chapter 2 and she's just worried about him. There's the part where like they hear the scream and they think it's Ralsei and like, we gotta go save him.
Yeah.
Like Susie cares so much, but she's tough. But I love just how much of like a punk kid she is.
Yeah.
Like just the dumb teenager vibes of just like those stories that you tell each other where you're like, oh yeah, when I was younger I did this really stupid thing.
Yep.
Um and it's just like I don't know. Like I think one of my favorite bits is when you go into the grocery store and you go over to like the frozen section and Susie's like, Chris, like let's go like stuff ourselves in the freezer or whatever. Like there's no point to it. But
it's just kind of like the stupid antics that like a young teen gets into.
I also love, I don't know if this was intentional that it's always her, but her acknowledgement of like I'm a monster. And like they keep making jokes about it, like her watching like, oh, I love the giant monster movies.
Yeah.
Or there's a bit of dialogue. Nobody ever sees this because nobody thinks to undo their progress. It's that puzzle room where there's the two boxes that you put on the switches, and she's like, I'm gonna go impale myself on these spikes.
Oh yeah.
So if you move a box onto the switch, and then there's like this whole bit of dialogue where Raul says like, oh, it's working or whatever.
Yeah.
And then if you move that box back off the switch, you get dialogue from her like good job, Chris, it's working. And then it starts this whole chain of dialogue about like if Chris wants to be, or no, it's if you stand on the switch or whatever. It's like you can't be the box, Chris. And then Susie's like, it's like, you can be a box if you want to. Like, I was a box for Halloween once. And it's like, just a box? It's like, well, I can't dress up like a monster.
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
It's such a funny piece of dialogue that just, I just like this idea of a young Susie as a box. Just like wearing a box costume.
And that's another thing, especially with Susie in a lot of cases, but like doing stuff to deliberately mess with everybody else is always a lot of fun. Like at the beginning, Susie's like, all right, you're here, you know how to get us out of here, lead the way. If you start backtracking, then she's just like, never mind, you have no idea where you're going, and then she just runs off ahead.
It's great because like there's three bits of dialogue. There's if you do that, if you walk, it's kind of the game telling you like, oh, you can run.
Yeah, and she roasts you for not running.
And then if you run, she's like, oh, you want to make it a race, huh? And then she like books it past you.
So good.
Susie's so fun.
And I think the craziest thing about Susie is just seeing like where it starts. With just like she shows up and she's this indifferent student, and then you have to do like you go with her to get the chalk and she's eating the chalk, and you're like, the heck is up with her? And then she pushes you up against the lockers and is going to eat your face off. Like,
I think Toby like said that was based off of like a real experience.
That was based off a real experience he had with a bully in school. Like a lot of that scenario was based off of something that happened to him in real life, and it's just like, dang.
Yeah. Well, and just
because it's that part where it's like, well, if you're gonna tattle on me anyways, like, no point in getting expelled for just eating chalk. Like, I should cause some real carnage.
Yeah.
It's just like, holy moly.
It's so great too because like this just furthers Undertale's message of like, you look at somebody and you think you know everything about them.
Yeah.
You know, like your introduction to Susie, like all of the other students hate her. Well, most of them anyway.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they're all like, everyone's scared of her. She doesn't have any friends. She never comes to class, and she's just like this troublemaker. And then, like, there's that whole, like, scene with you in the lockers or whatever. And then just you watch her, like, personality. And, like, you just learn who she is.
Mm-hmm.
And she's actually this very, like, good person. Like, I don't know if good's the right word. Like Susie's a troublemaker and a
She's
punk and a rebel.
she's good-hearted.
Yeah, but like at her core, she is a very good person.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like she's she's very dependable.
Yep.
And just I don't know. I love Susie.
They haven't like explained or explored any of this yet in the first two chapters, but there's definitely like you can see some undertones of like, oh, like her situation with like her home and her family. It's probably not very good. And so
No,
like a lot of that influences like her behavior.
she's always hungry. And like some people theorize that like, dude, like, does she come from a poor home or like
Or
I
is
don't know,
it like neglect or
neglect or something like there's so much about her that you're just like, huh. There's more to her than like what's on the surface.
mm-hmm. And that's just kind of how Toby writes his characters in general. Is he puts something up front that's like a very superficial, surface level. Like you see them and you immediately think, "I know what this character is about," and then there's always something underneath that's like very different from what they're showing.
Uh-huh.
Or their onion sand.
Or their onions. I think he actually tweeted that. Like, somebody put these two tweets from him side by side. That was like him talking about Undertale, and he's like, I wanted each character to be important and special. Like, no character is in this story for no reason. Mm-hmm. And then right next to it is this tweet from him, like, why the heck did I make onion sand?
It's like he made him for a reason. He just forgot that reason. Susie, I will also say, is like one of the best examples of, I guess you'd say, ludonarrative harmony. Like the gameplay and the storyline blending together perfectly.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you get those moments where you follow with Susie, and you do not get control over her. But it doesn't feel like a cutscene. It feels like you're there next to her, watching her make decisions in real time. And it leads to so many things, like the part where Susie and Lancer fight.
I was about to bring that. That is, oh my gosh, I love that part.
That is one of my favorite moments, and especially just like the Susie battle theme from Chapter 1. It's so good because it sounds so like menacing and intense with the guitars, but then like as the song keeps going, it has this sort of like sadness to it. It's just like, wow, so much is conveyed through like the tune.
Oh, that moment breaks my heart. Like the first time I got to that, I thought I messed up. Like,
well, it was crazy too, because I was sitting there just watching it, like, because you don't get to control Susie and she's just wailing on Lancer, and you're like, I don't want Lancer to die, what do I do? And then I had the wacky idea of like, oh, I need Lancer to kill her, so I need to run into the bullets. And then it's the
same thing.
And then it starts doing the Toriel thing where he's deliberately missing you with his shots, and I was like, no! I just have to sit here and watch Susie kill Lancer.
It's that part where like Lancer starts shaking.
Yeah.
Like that was the part where I was like, she's gonna kill him. She's gonna kill him. I'm gonna cry.
It was like, so good. That is amazing storytelling.
It's so good. It's so good.
And it's the fact that, like, you don't get control over Susie's actions, but you still get control over the soul. And you have to dodge the attacks or not dodge the attacks, which Toby was probably expecting a lot of people to come to that conclusion.
Yep.
Oh,
just
man.
Like, all right, here's my choice, and then your choices don't matter again. And
it's genius.
Oh, man.
Toby is a madman. He will always just come up with the next thing to just screw with our expectations.
Dude's a genius. I trust Toby wholly and completely, but at the same time, like, dude, what the heck are you doing to me?
I know. For real.
Oh man. Speaking of that moment, we can also talk about Jaboy Lancer.
Do you have Lancer as the next one?
I do have Lancer as the next character.
Okay.
Because
I have him below Ralsei, but they're kind of introduced at the same time, so
yeah,
we can. You
meet Lancer first. You see him first.
You see it, right, because you see Ralsei hooded, and you don't know
who
he is.
No, he attacks you first, and then you end up at the castle.
Oh, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, let's talk about Lancer first.
Let's talk about the good squishy boy.
He bounces.
He bounces. I love Lancer. Gosh dang, like...
It took me a second to figure out what his deal was, but once it kind of just clicked for me. Oh, he's just a dumb little kid.
He really is.
Like everything. Well, and not even a dumb kid, but just like a kid with an overactive imagination.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting too because like the way that first chapter is set up, where like both Lancer and Ralsei like have never like they're like we don't know how to act, like how to be ourselves. We're kind of figuring it out as we go. And so like you watch Lancer like learn how to be a villain.
Yeah.
But like he has no idea what he's doing. Like I love the bit where it's like you get in that like fight and it's like the 3 support enemies.
Oh, like, yeah, he's like, my elite squad.
And then, like, Ralsei's like, you made, like...
You made a team of only support enemies.
Like, that's like dinner out of only 3 glasses of milk. And Lance's like, that's weird somehow.
Yeah.
And then, like, the battle ends, and it's like, you got, like 26 dark dollars. And then, like... It's like, sweet, how many do I get? And it's like, you lost. Like, you don't get anything.
It's so good. And there's the thing that I love the most about Lancer and about just like his weird mannerisms and the way he talks. He has no intention of deceiving you.
Nope.
None whatsoever. Even when he's like trying to set up a trap, he will just explain the trap to you and then expect you to still fall for it. Like there's the part where like he's like, help me, and Ralsei's like, Lancer, what's wrong? And he's just like, oh, I'm not Lancer, I'm just a sweet little boy, and he's got a fake mustache. Like, it's like, okay, why does a sweet little boy have a fake mustache? And he's like, it's a disguise. It's just so like
there is not a single deceitful bone in his body. I don't think there's a single bone in his body.
Nope, he bounces.
Oh man, just like there's also just like I love the way Toby sets up his puns with like, oh yeah, Lancer, he's like the jack of spades. So like because it's a spade, he likes to dig holes.
It's so stupid.
like that's my favorite thing about Toby's writing is like sometimes it's like this long game, like deeply like methodically thought out thing, and then other times it's just like a dumb reference to something.
Yeah.
It's just like a one-note joke. But I will say, like, Lancer and Susie together, they have probably the best dynamic because Lancer's such a good person, but like he genuinely likes Susie.
Mm-hmm.
Like Susie, appreciates him. It's like, oh, like he actually likes me, like, and he listens to me. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to him and hang out with him or whatever. But then like Lancer's just a good influence on her.
Yeah. By trying to make her one of the bad guys, they end up like helping each other.
I know. Not to mention like that boss fight against the two of them.
Oh yeah.
Like it's so funny because like you say nice things to him, and then so Susie runs over and covers his ears, and he's just like, "I'm blissfully unaware,"
And then you put her to sleep.
so that you can persuade Lancer to like you.
And I love the like how at the end of that, Ralsei's like, "Well, we beat you guys," and and Susie's like, "Well, you kind of cheated by ganging up on Lancer." Like,
Oh man.
oh, it's another like really great gag was just basically everything that Lancer did in Queen's mansion in chapter 2.
Oh my goodness.
With just like the like input like request shovel amount 999.
There's that bit where he's just like, I have no idea how this thing works.
Or even like the after he like because he can't stay in the cyber world or whatever, like how he turns to stone and then you go like push him back over at the table and then like a bib and a plate of food falls down in front of him. It's just like, yeah, he seems taken care of.
You can't be mad at Lancer. He's such a good boy.
No, he's so good.
And then he makes the one face.
Lancer joins the party.
Gosh, the first time I saw that, I actually in my friend group in our Discord, we made that face an emote because it's so funny.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh man.
No, that's definitely one of those ones that's like I will say like that facial expression on Lancer kind of seems like it's just trying to be memey.
I mean, yeah, but like
It's just like what's a stupid face that I could have Lancer make? But but Lancer's just so dang entertaining. Like his the Lancer cookies.
oh my
I now
goodness.
pronounce you cookie and wife.
It's also like just him like he's got a jar of salsa like hidden in a tree stump. There's so many antics with this guy.
Or there's like the thing where he eats Queen's mixtape and he's like, push my belly to hear a song. You like click the Lancer icon and it starts playing music. He's good. There's so much like game design humor with him too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like that. Okay, this is good. I'm just sitting here telling like all of the different jokes that involve Lancer, but there's the thing in chapter 2 how he gets his own bedroom and there's the little like splat welcome mat where you like walk into his room and it makes a splat sound just and then when you walk out of the room it sucks it back in just
it like plays it backwards.
Yeah. Like it's, oh, you're leaving the room. Unsplat.
Or like his MP3 player, like you take the headphones, you put them in, and like it's like, would you like to listen? And then it just plays the splat sound. And it's just like the only thing on the playlist is like cartoon splat noises.
Yep. And it just further accentuates that like he's just a little kid. He thinks splat noises are funny.
Yep. There's also a fun little bit, because like if you're in a room like his room where he's at, if you open up your inventory and he's there, and then you close it, and then like you keep doing that, like he's like, oh, sorry, I just jumping in and out of your inventory, like, and so he's like running out of breath because he keeps doing it because the menu hides him on the overworld.
Oh yeah.
And so like.
Right.
This is really funny.
He's
I
such a good gag character.
Toby's eye for just detail is so good. Um, so we've talked about the mean girl, the squishy boy. Do you want to talk about the fluffy boy?
The fluffy boy. The power of fluffy boy shines within you.
Yeah.
It's
Um,
Ralsei!
I actually don't have as much to say about him. Just that he's a good boy.
Yeah, that is the best way to summarize him. I will say probably still. It's very tough to say. This game has a lot of great characters, but I think Ralsei is my favorite.
Mm,
Um,
very fair.
by the end of like just playing through chapter 1, I was like, okay, easy favorite. I love Ralsei more than anything in the world. I will admit, like going from chapter 2 onwards, I'm starting to kind of feel like suspicious of him. Like there's there's something he knows that he's not telling everybody.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder the direction that they're going to take with his character. But for now, suspiciousness aside, he is my favorite character.
Yeah. The thing too is that like I wonder how much he's even aware of like him not telling this, cuz like he mentions like oh hey, like I don't know how to act because I've never had a friend or whatever, like,
Yeah.
and so you wonder like if like how much of it is even him.
Yeah, it's true.
But like,
But
yeah,
then he
chapter 2 definitely put some suspicion on him.
yeah, he definitely knows stuff about like the prophecy and the roaring and all the interesting
Yeah.
stuff. Like he's a lore giver.
Mhm. Most specifically, like the number one thing that stands out to me is like the fact that he's like, oh hey, darkners that aren't compatible with that world turn to stone, and he didn't, and like he just showed up,
Right.
and I'm like, why is that? And like, I'm not ruling anything out yet because Toby probably wants us to be suspicious of him
Right.
because that's how he is. That was how he was in Undertale with
Mhm.
like Toriel.
Yeah,
Like,
he wanted you to be suspicious of her, and then it turned out that, you know, maybe aside from her marriage, like she was all good. Like,
no, yeah, like it's more just like she's dealing with grief.
yeah,
But you had no way of knowing that with like what information you were given. And so there's like that part of me that wonders if like Toby's setting us up to expect certain
hmm
things, but then also like Ralsei's personality just with like really dumb things.
yep.
Like one of my favorite enemies is the ad.
Oh
Um
yeah,
and
little pop
like
up.
how it like you click on it and a pop-up comes up, and like based on which character you do it with, um you get unique dialogue, and so like all of Ralsei's are like accidental things.
Oh my
like
goodness.
like there's a thing where like he gets like an inappropriate pop-up, and so he like deletes the browser off of the computer,
Yeah.
but then he's scared that he deleted the entire internet, so he reinstalls it. He's such a nerd.
I love, like, at least the surface level what we're seeing of Ralsei is just what I love in a character, especially in a world like this where, you know, you don't have to solve everything by winning a fight. Just the fact that, you know, he wants everybody to get along and have a good time and make sure everyone's okay. He's just such a sweet little guy.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of everything is going to play into him because
hmm
like there's again it's Toby Fox. There is more under the surface than what we're seeing, but like I I think what I love the most about Ralsei is like when he's getting made fun of.
Yeah.
But like how good natured he is about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like Susie in all of her entirety and how much it just baffles Ralsei. Like Ralsei is a very by the books kind of person.
Yep.
And then there's just Susie.
It's also very fun that you can like engage in the tomfoolery with Susie and just just confuse Ralsei further. Like one of my favorite ones, it cracks me up so much how there's like the swan ride through like the acid pit, and they're like, "Oh, let's take a picture." And you can just select rude gesture. And he's just like, "Oh my goodness."
And then you can take Susie back there and she can see the picture and she's like, heck yeah.
She's like, dude, nice. It cracks me up so much.
Man. That's, oh man, I also love just like the shenanigans that they get up to. Like that bit where Susie steals his glasses.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, I'm a big dweeb who likes homework. And then
Ralsei's like, I have beautiful eyes. And Susie's like, okay, this is kind of weird. I'm just gonna give you these back.
Oh man. Or like how like she jumps on top of him and he just like flattens.
Yep.
Just like squashes him.
Oh yeah. There's the part in Queen's Mansion where he's like dressed up like a butler. And I was so mad that they made him change out of his outfit. I'm like, no, I want him to be wearing the butler outfit.
I kind of, one thing between chapter 1 and chapter 2 that I kind of noticed about him, and it might just be the sprite work where like how he has his hands behind his back now.
Mm-hmm.
He comes off as like a little more stuffy than he did in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Which like he's been consistent because also like he'd get super angry when things wouldn't go his way.
Right.
my favorite of the chapter 1's the face sprites when he's talking is the one that like it's just a flat, like no shading, no nothing. And it's just this like, oh. do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah. Where it's like it's kind of lame looking. Yeah.
I just like there's no detail to him.
Yeah. The one that I really like, it's like that, but it's like where he's angry.
Yeah.
Like when Lancer does something stupid and he's just like, you can't, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
In general, like the face sprites for when Ralsei gets mad,
yeah,
they don't happen often, but they're always funny.
Just another moment that stood out to me is it's when you're talking to Queen, she's like she basically is like, you know, like you can die or you can submit to me and join me in the warm bosom of my like my kindness or whatever. And like
bosom.
and then just Queen, like it means titty.
I know what it means.
Like
yeah, we all got a good laugh out of that one.
That was so funny.
Speaking of, if you want to know, like, even more so, our first impressions of Deltarune Chapter 2, please check out Snowflake the Pirate's YouTube channel, where we have a full playthrough of Deltarune Chapter 2, including the secret boss, and also we'll probably have a playthrough of Chapter 1 at some point as well.
Yeah.
Ralsei with a doobie. I have no idea why that became a meme.
I don't eat it.
I missed the train on that one.
I need to find out the origin of that meme.
Yeah, if there even is one, or if somebody was just like, haha, weed, it's funny. Like But
Yeah.
I quite enjoy Ralsei. He's a good wholesome character that is
Yep.
probably gonna have some sort of crazy suspicious thing that's gonna make us all
Yeah.
doubt.
I did
But
I did side with him in chapter 1 when naming our group. I
oh, the
did
fun gang.
Yeah, we're the fun gang,
Yep,
baby.
it's I like it. I mean, I do also like the Lancer fan club,
Yeah. For the bleep
but
squad.
the Bleep Squad.
I appreciate that if you do that, Raul says like, fine, I just won't say it.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
oh man.
It's so good. There was one last thing that I noticed that was kind of interesting about Ralsei that kind of adds to like the suspicious stuff. There are those moments where like it's just you and Ralsei and he's like, "Can you imagine what Susie is up to right now?" And then it like fades out and you go to Susie's perspective and like the soul that's like you the player is always there with Susie, and it's like you don't have any control over the choices, but like the dialogue boxes are still popping up and things. And then when it fades back to you and Ralsei, they're in the middle of a conversation and it gets cut off. It's always
Mm-hmm.
just like, so you're waiting until the player leaves to discuss something. Like, what the heck? That's just why it makes me feel like Ralsei knows a bit more.
Yeah.
And then of course there's the whole angle of, is this as real or is it not? Like,
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is because you have so many opportunities
Yeah.
to flirt with Ralsei, but I could see Toby doing that and making the player feel bad. Like,
Yeah, and this is I have a little bit at the end that we'll kind of talk about like theories and stuff.
yeah, we'll get more into that crud, but it's there's a good comic that sums it up where it's like, yeah, again, the part where you go to get the photo with Ralsei and it's like, do you hug him, do you high five or whatever, and then Chris just kind of looks in the corner and there's the annoying dog. Chris just gives him this mean look and he's like, is this my brother or not?
Oh man.
It's funny.
So next on my notes, I have rules card.
The legend. The all powerful rules card.
So I have so many weird feelings about this character because like so his first introduction, so like a pet peeve of mine is
Yeah.
when people type ye olde English wrong or like say it wrong
Yep.
and they get their these and thous mixed up because like I you know I'm actually very fluent in those. I know how to actually speak that,
Right.
and so like it just like irks me. But then like a few seconds into his dialogue, I realized like
Oh, it's purposely
This-
way off.
this is very intentional.
There's so many like weird like grammatical things that are like not even like just grammatically wrong, but like misappropriating like old English. It's
What's the one? Chips Ahoyeth, landlubber.
like
That
only do
that-
one accent at a time.
that was my favorite line of dialogue from him, and there's a
Chips
lot of good
Ahoyeth.
dialogue from this character.
Yeah, rules card is just so freaking funny.
I also appreciate that Toby had to name one of the songs in this game. It's pronounced rules
Yeah, because that's
because everyone was pronouncing it like Rooksel's card or whatever. That's
you're
like,
how do you? What is-
to be fair, like that's just his dialogue. But like, I love this stupid piece of garbage so much.
Mhm. He's so freaking quirky and
he's such a he's that guy that the moment that an opportunity arises for him to defect to the enemy side, he's going to do it.
yeah. I like the part like when you're in the castle town in chapter 2 and he's just like couldst thou perhaps have an evil ruler or something to bring here? Like
I love like the whole just how quickly this guy changes sides.
mhm. I love how quickly things escalate like when you first meet him like you
Oh
just
my
walk
goodness.
into that random room and he teleports in with this godlike aura and just the craziest hypest like orchestral music comes in and he's like you fools shall never solveth mine puzzle and it's like you just push a single box and he just and it just leaves.
It's that pause between like his dialogue boxes.
It's just him like you did it! You solved the puzzle! Nothing shall stop you now.
Uh, I genuinely hope that in later chapters he keeps coming with us and betraying us, only to then defect back to our side.
Mm-hmm.
Like I genuinely hope that is a running gag.
Yep. Also, like, the more I think about it, I guess shout out to our playthrough that's on YouTube because I'll keep referring back to that. Guano did the voice acting for him, and it was solid. Like
Oh yeah.
he did like a like sort of like almost kind of French, but also medieval, like Old English accent, and it's just so like what I think of now when I think of this character.
Oh man.
Like I know it's kind of self-centered to say like with my friend group like oh these are my headcanon voices for the characters, but like we just we they did so much so well.
Oh yeah. I love him. I love that he digs up your old thrash machine and
Yeah, and uses that as the boss.
which again, I made the duck.
Yeah, so he's riding on a duck.
He's just riding on a duck and like the duck sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally its one attack that it can do is that it walks forward and if you touch it, it does that stock explosion and it does 1 damage.
Oh no.
And it moves so slow. Like
Now that I think about it, I've never gotten hit by it, so I don't know if that's just inherent to the duck or
it's
if
just the duck.
it's just the duck. Okay.
Yeah. Every other weapon or whatever, like it does
It just
like,
does damage.
Yeah, it's unique to whatever your weapon type
Okay.
are, like however you customized it.
Oh gosh, I gave everything guns. That
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of bullets. But no,
Holy moly.
I just had the duck. Making just the duck was the best decision I ever made.
And it's the fact that you get that kind of like how would you describe it even? That sort of like territory capture mini game with like all the houses. How you have to occupy the most. And it's the fact that like no matter what the outcome is, it's like always the same.
Yeah, well what's great, I actually looked it up. If you lose that fight and he wins, he starts like he's like, I did it! I won! I finally won something! And then Ross is
just Ross say like what happens then? You beat us. Huh? What happens now? He just
It's
so
so
good.
funny. Oh man, no, I love him. I love that he like tries to be like talk to the king and be like, yeah, that's right. Like she's got a new man now, like referring to himself.
Yeah.
He's the lesser dad. I also love like his shop and how like it plays
Yeah,
that music. It plays that music when you walk in.
just
Oh,
the really chill lo-fi music.
it's so funny. And just like I love the change in the dialogue because like if you talk to him before he defects to your side and he like it's like why are you selling like us items, and it's like before he's like, well then like I can use the funds to like purchase better weapons and puzzles to then beat you into the dirt. But then after the fact, it's like, why are you selling, like, after he defects to your side, and it's like, why are you selling those? He's like, what are you talking about? I've always been on your side. Like, you're wonderful people.
Yep. He's good. And there's always just so much good music that comes with his shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
Very good.
He's definitely a stark contrast to the next character.
Tradin Faves drinking game. Take a shot every time I say, hey, we need to go a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Let's try and pick up the pace, but this also is a character that I have a bit to say about. But,
Yeah.
so next we got King, Lancer's dad.
Oh, man, what a character.
Also sometimes because of his music track referred to as the Chaos King.
Uh-huh. Dude, I think like the biggest thing is the way that he plays with your expectations if you played Undertale and like know about Asgore.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of stuff about him that is like the setup parallels Asgore directly, and then he just like demolishes those expectations.
Yeah, and you're like, oh no, like he's actually a piece of garbage.
Yeah, it's so like the biggest thing for me about King, and why I'm not just like, oh, he's like a jerk or whatever, so I hate him. It's like he gets so much of an emotional reaction out of people in a way that like
Mm-hmm.
this is a freaking Toby Fox game. Like every character gets an emotional reaction out of people, but like he stands out for that
Yeah.
reason because he like just wears this face of just this truly like despicable, vile person. And it's just
Mm-hmm.
like we have never seen anybody like this except for like Flowey. But even then, by the end of the story, we got to see why Flowey was the way he was.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, we're only at chapter 2, so it's just like, what is the deal with King? Like, why is he just such a scumbag?
And it's interesting because like you can tell he harbors like a deep hatred for the Lightners.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's history there. And we don't know what it is because he's so like closed off and does he's like, I'm done talking to you, like I'm going to just stamp you out and move on with my plan.
Mm-hmm.
And like but like you can tell that like at his core, like he's somebody who's hurting.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, he's so freaking ruthless in that first encounter
Oh,
with him that you're
yeah.
just like, gosh, this guy is just like evil through and through, isn't he? But then, like, through those little bits of like talking to him afterwards, you can see like, no, there's something there. There's a reason why he hates the Lightners so much, and
Yeah.
why he's so emotionally scarred, and also like we didn't get to see anything that happened between him and quote the knight, but
Yeah.
like there's the whole thing about how the kingdom just got completely turned on its head because the knight put him into power,
Uh-huh.
and it
And
just
that's the
completely
thing though,
messed with the balance.
like I want to feel bad for him because like clearly like we said, he's hurting, but he's such a vile person that like it's hard to because he's so like past the point.
And it's not even just a matter of him like being vile. It's like he's so stubborn that like he
Yeah.
won't yield anything, he won't admit to anything. And so it's like you're just like, well, we can't help him get through this because he won't
Uh-huh.
tell us anything.
And then like the one moment where you're like, oh, like Ralsei heals him, and it's like, hey, we'll talk this out, and then he immediately turns on you.
Yeah, that was such a good moment. That was
Ah,
just so like I was not ready for that.
I also love the fact that his dialogue parallels Susie at the very beginning
Yeah,
of the
where
game.
quiet
It's
people
just,
piss me off.
oh, dude, it's so good. It's
Yeah, that
genius.
was some really good writing. And then also like how Susie brings it all home
Uh
in that
huh.
fight, like how she stands up for you. It's
Susie's so cool.
it's freaking
Just
crazy. And it's such a big moment of growth for like everybody.
oh yeah, like Ralsei kind of like learns to that like, hey, maybe you can't talk your way out of every fight,
Right?
but
It's
like
like
Susie also
you can't just
learns,
needlessly be nice to everybody and it'll fix all your problems.
yeah, but then also like Susie's like, well, it's complicated. Like she kind of learned that like, hey, you got to make friends
Mhm.
because if you close yourself off from everyone, then like you basically turn into what the king was.
Mhm.
Um, Not to mention also that boss fight against him. I love the way they utilize like the box that you like
Yeah.
that you play in. How like he like grabs it and starts whipping it up and down and like
So
moving it around.
so you have to like dodge stuff while the box is also moving and throwing you everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Like that
It's
that fight is just insane.
the music. Oh,
Yeah, the music there is great.
so good. Oh man.
Anything else about I guess just like it's interesting how like after the fact he was the big bad of chapter 1. It was also pretty interesting because I didn't know that Deltarune was going to be split into chapters when
Yeah.
I played it. And so just the like I got there and I was like this is the final boss. This is like the end of the story. And it was emotionally intense enough that I believed it.
Oh yeah.
And so I was thinking like, oh, Deltarune's just going to be like a shorter game, but like, this is it. And then just how much further it's going with chapter 2
I
and
know.
everything and like
There's so much more.
King's just kind of like cooped up there in his little cage.
His little hamster wheel and his
In his
water.
water thing.
It's funny too, just how low he was brought though.
I know. It's just like that is super humbling.
Mm-hmm.
And
He was,
it makes me wonder like is that just going to be like a thing for the next like 6 chapters, just you check in on him in the jail
yeah.
cell, see if he's learned his lesson.
I wonder, like, are we gonna put anyone else in there with
That's
him,
a good question. You
or
never
is
know.
he going to? Is he the only one that is bad enough that, like, no, we have to keep him locked up?
Oh, you know what was an interesting thing that got me thinking? There's a conversation that Lancer and Ralsei have about the king in chapter 1 where Ralsei says like the whole point of being a Darkner is that you're meant to support the Lightners. It's what gives you purpose. And Lancer is like, but my dad doesn't like the Lightners at all. And Ralsei says, well, does your dad seem very happy? And it's just
Mm,
like, holy smokes! Like
yeah,
that's it's like that makes you wonder. But then it's also like, is that really the point of the Darkners though? Is just to be, servants to the Lightners.
yeah.
It's there's so many interesting mysteries
I
about this
know
world.
I believe what we know so far, like my working theory is that the Darkners are inanimate objects.
Right.
Like very specifically like toys or like computers or like things that like it said help us. Um and like you got
Mm.
to think like Lancer and all of them they're a deck of cards.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. There's so much to like dig into right there.
Yeah, it's wacky.
Yeah. Speaking of wacky,
Chaos. Chaos.
oh man,
Let's play a numbers game. Next
it's
we got Jevil.
Jevil. Oh my
What do you think of
goodness,
Jevil?
dude, that fight was hard.
That was pretty darn hard.
I did it, but it was a lot of attempts. That was not an easy fight.
No, it really wasn't. It is interesting to me that people are saying that it's possibly the hardest fight in like if you count this and Undertale as a series.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are saying that maybe Jevil was the hardest, like harder than Sans. Um,
That's tough for me to
and I'm just
say.
saying, like I never beat Sans.
Yeah, I never did that fight, so like I can't say that. But
I
like,
I tried Sans like twice, I think. So
oh
definitely
man,
wasn't long enough to like get the pattern down and figure the stuff out, but I that was when Steven was doing a genocide run of Undertale. And so I was just
mm,
like, can I try? like like
yeah,
knowing obviously I won't win, but I want to see how far I can get. Um and I didn't do that very well. Jevil, on the other hand, very difficult. During my first playthrough of the game, I never beat him. I tried him like 6 or 7 times and was just like, this seems kind of hard. I'm going to go see like on the internet if anybody has any recommendations. And then I watched like the full fight and I was like, I'll never be able to do this. Like, I'm not even going to try. And so I skipped it and just went on to chapter 2. And then weirdly enough, on my Switch playthrough, going back, now that I've got some Deltarune experience under my belt, I beat him first try.
dude, what the heck?
And it was funny because, as we'll talk about with Chapter Two's secret boss as well, I also beat that one first try.
You're too good at these games, man.
I think like it was 100%ing Fury is what did it to
Maybe.
me. Because
I
like
don't know.
I was like on the grind with that game and just trying to figure out how to beat hard bosses, and I was like, wait a minute, hard video games are fun. Like something just kind of clicked for me, and so like yeah, fighting Jevil now, I was like, I did it somehow. Like I all those other attempts in the past, I couldn't even get close, and now it's just like, yep,
Yeah.
first try.
Like really though, like the way that I did it, like you just gotta stay on the offensive.
Yeah.
And like I think combined I had like 3 hit points across all my characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was hurting
Yeah.
at the end of that. Like it was I almost gave up the attempt. Like I was like, nah, this this fight is not gonna be the one. And then just like I did it.
That hopelessness is always what gives you the energy to push past.
Yeah,
Um,
you can save some pretty like terrible runs, but like, whew, you gotta put in the work.
yeah, definitely. It's that freaking carousel attack.
Yes,
That one is
that would like
so hard. Like I could not do that like without getting hit 3 or 4 times.
yeah. Everyone says it's the chaos bomb is the hardest one because like it's random, and I was like, nah, dude, the carousel.
Which one is the
Like,
chaos bomb?
that's the one where he just throws everything at you.
Oh yeah, that one was pretty bad too, but but I think the carousel was the worst.
Yeah, well, especially because like the hitbox on it is kind of weird. Because like the head doesn't.
Yeah, that's right. The head doesn't deal damage, but the body does.
Yeah, it's super weird.
Yeah, because I'd do stuff like that, and I'd be tripped out by the fact that the hitbox didn't connect with me, but that would cause me to stop and then get hit by something else. Like,
Yeah,
oh man, that Jevil fight is crazy. But let's actually talk about Jevil
yeah,
himself. Um,
dude. I
I
love.
I love this guy.
Oh yeah, he's phenomenal. I do love that like this dialogue has been written since like the beginning of Undertale.
hmm
Like I think Toby showed like a notepad document in Undertale's files that like had the dialogue for this fight.
Yeah, with this whole like, let's play a numbers game. When your health reaches 0, you die.
Yeah, and like it's like time stamped to like 2012,
It's just
which
like
is
that far in advance he'd thought about this.
uh-huh.
There's some cool visual effects as well. Toby confirmed like the little like spinning merry-go-round thing in the
Yeah.
background is a sprite and not a 3D model.
That's
Which
crazy.
is crazy to think because it looks perfectly three-dimensional, but it's just optical illusion trickery.
Yeah. There's also the fact that Jevil is like one of the only characters in this franchise that has like actual voice lines.
Yeah,
Um
and it is confirmed there's like English and Japanese voice clips of Jevil as well, which is leading
mhm.
people to believe that Toby himself did the voices.
Yeah.
But it's it's just so much fun the way it's just like I can do anything.
Oh man. I don't know. The jester character just like he's really cool.
I will say one of my favorite things about Jevil, and Jevil is one of my favorite characters in Deltarune for this reason, but just one of my favorite tropes in video games is like the mysterious super boss.
Mhm.
Kingdom Hearts was another one that was doing that like extremely well, especially Kingdom Hearts 2. But the fact that just like you don't know a lot about him, everything that you learn about him from talking to Sham just like gives you more questions than answers.
Mhm.
And then you just like show up and get into this crazy boss fight out of nowhere, and then he just like disappears before he can tell you too much, or like anything that he does tell you is like very cryptically worded, and it
Huh.
really helps like the mysterious feel of like what did we stumble into.
Uh-huh. I mean, well, and like his whole like deranged like view on like he's locked up in a cage, but he's like, "Oh no, like you're all locked like up in the outside. I'm free in here."
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so twisted and weird and I love it.
Yeah, it's just so like what is his deal, what is
No.
going on here. All of like the music, the different themes for him, like the really creepy like pan flute tune when you go to his
Yeah.
jail cell is just like that's really neat. But then you get to the fight and the music just gets bonkers. Like,
Yeah, not to mention we didn't know it at the time because it was a we didn't know it was a leitmotif, but
well, it's because he's the first super boss.
yeah,
But
he's the first one, and the fact that we're gonna get one of those every chapter. Um,
well, we assume Toby could throw
I
us for a
mean,
loop.
very true. He's alluded to such
I
in the
I think
next
the
one.
implication is that each chapter there is a hidden super boss where you'll get like your dark crystal or whatever, or what is it, the
Yeah.
shadow crystal,
Uh huh.
for beating one of them, and then collecting them all and bringing them back to Sham will result in something.
Something. Um, but like the fact that there's the leitmotif in his theme, and then it shows up in the next super bot. Like
Yep.
it's really cool.
Oh, and not even that, but also like how I was saying, like the theme, like in the room with his jail cell.
Uh-huh.
They use that one a lot for Spamton as well. Dum
Yup.
dum 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 dum. It's just like, ooh. Whenever you
Ah,
hear that now,
yeah, it gives you chills, dude.
yeah,
I'm
for
looking
sure.
for it.
I'm really excited to see what other super bosses have come because the
I
two that we've gotten
know.
so far have been super cool.
Well, and then so I don't know if you've seen it because I did both of them, and you go and you give the shadow crystals to Sham, and he talks about he alludes to whatever the next one is, and he says
Mm.
something along the lines of like the only way that you will actually win this fight is if you have a certain item, and he's like, oh, you don't have it, it's been lost to time. Well, we're all gonna die then. And I'm like,
Hmm.
what does that mean?
Huh.
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty
interesting.
nerve wracking.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, knowing Toby, there will be a way to do it.
Always.
Oh man.
Yeah, just really interesting. They give just enough lore about Jevil to really get you to want to learn more about like the circumstances surrounding him.
Uh huh. It's also cool too because like he's the Joker card, which is
Yeah,
like
because the whole thing was the deck of cards.
yeah, and how he's like the Joker card is kind of like the one card you don't want, but also doesn't apply to like all of the games that you play,
Mm-hmm.
and so like sometimes it just gets left out. Like even the rules card, the card with
Yep.
the rules on it, like has a role to play. And so it's interesting the way that he got locked out.
Mm-hmm. Very cool stuff.
Yep.
Shall
That's
we
all the
move
chapter
on?
one characters
Yeah,
I've got.
that's chapter one. Again, we said we'd come back for Chris later.
Uh huh. Ooh!
We got a really fun one to start off with.
This is okay. I love Noelle so much.
We got Noel.
Noelle. So here's the thing. Susie was my favorite character in all of chapter one,
Mm-hmm.
but like so far out of like the whole thing, Noelle is my favorite character.
Yeah, she's another one of those ones that's competing for my favorite with
She's just
with
sweet.
Ralsei. She's just like really relatable and fun and
Yeah, she has this wonderful character arc that is just so good.
it's so cool. And also like this is such a small detail, but it's one of those things that um like I really appreciate and definitely makes me like Noelle more is the fact that even though this is an adult game and there's, you know, cursing and characters swear and stuff, it's not just like everyone like swears, it's like specific characters curse. And Noelle is one of the
Mhm.
ones that has like clean
Yeah.
dialogue because like her and her family they're churchgoers. Um, and so it's
Yeah.
like, the fact that like her language is clean and respectful and everything it does a good job of like making the characters not all just seem like variations of Toby Fox, but actually
Uh-huh.
like different characters with different perspectives.
Yeah.
And plus, you know, like we don't curse either, so like
Yeah. Um
I like that. I relate to that.
I just like I love her whole Christmas aesthetic. And
Yeah.
like the fact that like that's just like an inherent part of like who she and her family are.
Yeah, they're just Christmas reindeers.
Yeah. Um but also like I'm a sucker for like the childhood best friends trope.
Yeah.
And like Chris and Noelle and like all that you learn about them growing up together is so like sweet and wonderful. Like because Chris is a little troublemaker too.
Yep.
Like Chris loves pranks and being creepy and weird, and like when you get to spend time with Noelle just one on one and you learn a lot. Like Noelle will like bring up stories of them together,
Yep.
and I'm just like, oh, like they're just a wonderful duo.
And it also kind of makes you think when you first play through and you're like, oh, this is my avatar character because I'm going to be a silly player. I'm going to make them do all these silly things. And then you start hearing stories about Chris from before, and it's like, maybe this is in character.
Yeah, like Chris like covering their arms in ketchup to look like blood, or like hiding under Noelle's bed to scare her that there are humans under the bed.
Yep.
Um,
The fact that Noelle is afraid of Santa.
yeah,
And it's so funny because in chapter 1, Lancer keeps making all these jokes about Santa Claus being scary. And then it's like Noelle is afraid of Santa. It's like, this is like a running gag, I guess.
it's so funny. Oh man, and not to mention like her. I want to know what happened to Des.
Yeah.
Like something happened there that seriously like traumatized her, and it's like I don't know if she died or if she's gone.
Yeah, like she could just be missing, or
But
she
like,
could be like presumed dead. Like,
yeah, because the one thing, the things that we know is like it the December, because that's what I assume Des is short
yeah,
for, is December.
because they all have like Christmas themed names.
Yeah, they all have Christmas names. She like that was why she messed up the spelling bee when she was little. That was her word. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah,
or not.
it shows the thing like in the background. They're spelling words like her and Birdly, and then the word is December, and she freezes up, and Birdly
And
spells
Birdly
it.
wins.
Yeah,
And like there's that, and then also Queen mentions like her search history, like her weird search history. And when you like look at her room, and it's like based on the search like December or whatever, like, and so it's the calendar that every day is December.
yeah,
And it's just you're able to piece together that that's just from like Queen's misunderstanding of what the search was for.
right.
Because there's so many of those in there, but you're like, wait a minute, so what was Noelle looking up about December?
Yeah.
Like was she trying to look up something about her sister? And instead it was like it came out as that. I don't know. Oh man, there's so much of that.
Yeah. There's something I'm sure you also have this written in your notes too because it's such a good video. But one that greatly there's a video that greatly sums up
Yep.
just like everything about Noelle that's like seen and why she's such a great character. And so the video is from the YouTube channel. I think it's called Daryl Talks Games. He has this series called Psych of Play, where he talks about like the psychology behind video game related phenomenons. And he has a specific one that's called Noelle's Actions in Deltarune Explained. And specifically, because this has been like sort of a recurring theme on some of his like episodes of Psych of Play. He talks about learned helplessness and that phenomenon and like what it does to your mind and like ways to overcome it and things like that. And it's so interesting because there's so much of like him thinking like, okay, when I was first playing through this game, I just thought Noelle was shy. But then like you see so much about like her actions and her decision making that is like, maybe it's not shyness, maybe it's learned hopelessness. And like seeing Noelle through that lens, because I'll admit I thought it was the same thing too at first.
Yeah,
I was just like,
same.
oh, she's just like shy and doesn't want to talk to people, and then you see like she socializes plenty fine, but you can see there's like experiences with like trauma and things that hold her back.
There's also a lot of like Birdley will like people will speak for her, and like rather than stand up for herself, she just like, okay, yeah, sure.
Right. It's there's so much about her story that involves like the circle of control and like the aspects of your life and your actions that you can control and the ones that you can't. And basically like learned hopelessness involves like surrendering like some of the control that you do have because you believe that it's hopeless anyways. Like other people might as well make the decisions for you. And it's just like
Man.
this rabbit hole goes deep. Noelle is a character that is like rich with interesting psychology.
Uh-huh. And like that's the thing too. She gets a lot of room to like grow and change for the better or for the worse, because
Hmm.
this is also where they implemented there's a lot of names for it. I personally like the Snowgrave route.
Right, because Snowgrave is the kind of big thing that it all hinges on.
Uh-huh. Um and it just like I don't like the Snowgrave. I love it conceptually because like it shows how like Toby Fox is a genius with what he does.
Hmm.
But like, oh, it breaks my heart, and just like the I've always referred to it as the no mercy route in
Hmm.
Undertale.
Yeah.
Um but like I never thought it was possible to get like a worse ending in a video game than that. Like cuz that ending was just like upsetting and just
Hmm.
depressing and like not worth it.
Yep.
Um
And purposely not worth it
yeah,
because that's
yeah,
the
and
point it
like
was trying to make.
that was the point it was trying to make, is like this is what you get by going around and being a murderer. The Snowgrave route just feels worse than that because like it's not wanton murder, like just blatant like running around and killing people. It is manipulating someone into killing for you.
Hmm.
And
I, as far as like my comments on Snowgrave, I will say this much: it's very interesting that like for a time frame of like when this came out and we were experiencing this, like this was shortly after we were getting done with like Metal Gear Rising.
mhm.
And it's pretty interesting because like Metal Gear Rising, it's just violent. It's extremely violent, and it has
Yeah.
like lots of disturbing elements and stuff. And we mentioned that because you were saying how that bothered you, and I was just kind of like, actually, yeah, this is kind of messed up. Why doesn't this bother me? Weirdly enough, so I don't ever really consider it worth it. These like no mercy routes in Toby
Uh-huh.
Fox's games. I don't ever consider them worth it because it's like they're usually grindy, and then the game tries to make you feel bad for doing it in the first place. So I've never had any desire to do them, but of course, being interested in the game design, I always like check this stuff out on YouTube, and so hearing like, oh, there's one for Deltarune now, and just like seeing it and like the process of like corrupting Noelle and everything, and like the fact that it plays more with like the fact that you have a teammate that you're influencing to do this stuff, it just made me extremely uncomfortable. And it was interesting because like the night after I saw that, I was having nightmares not about like what was in the Snowgrave route, but just like remembering that uncomfortable feeling and it just sticking with me like all throughout all my dreams and everything. And it was just such a horrible feeling. I was just like I really was just sitting back and thinking to myself, like, the point of video games is like entertainment. Or at least what I get out of video games is
Yeah.
entertainment, just lighthearted fun. I don't like that a video game is making me feel this way. And again, there's like just as much messed up stuff in something like Metal Gear Rising, but because it's kind of power fantasy, it's just like, oh, I can look past this. But like the way that everything is written, it gets so real and so disturbing and
Yeah.
so psychological. And just like I don't ever want to feel like that from a video game
No,
again.
yeah.
And so the personal challenge that I'm setting for this, and I'm going to say this on the podcast so that way there's something at least somewhat legally binding to try and hold myself to this, but I'm not even going to look up the rest.
Yeah.
Like I'm just going to completely ignore it. I mean, like obviously there's going to be like crazy boss fights and lore that I'll miss out on for doing it, but like I don't freaking care. Like, my free time is mine. And if something
Yeah.
makes me uncomfortable, I don't need to include it in my life. So, like, honestly, like, I'm not even upset about skipping out on it. Like, I just genuinely don't even want to know about,
Uh-huh.
like, any more of, like, the, like, No Mercy route stuff that's in the game. I can skip out on it and feel perfectly fine.
Yeah. I think that's commendable cuz like there's a lot there that like it's the effect that it has on Noelle too.
Mm-hmm.
Where like after you're back in the light world, there's that scene where she's visiting her dad in the hospital.
Yeah.
Um and based on what you've done, that scene plays out very differently.
Mm-hmm. You can
Um
see like she has all these weird like habits and ticks that she picks up and
um and not to mention there's also all the stuff on if you take her watch.
oh, that's right.
Yeah, and
I forgot about that. Yeah,
that
that's
was the bit that messed with me a lot because
mm-hmm.
oh man, I wasn't okay.
Yeah, there's just so much about that. It's so weird like what I do and don't find uncomfortable, but like I said, I think it's just and again, this is a testament to how good of a writer Toby is, but it doesn't feel video gamey. It feels like it comes from a very real place, which is
Mm-hmm.
why it upsets me so much.
Yeah, well, it's fascinating too because for a while, even after Chapter 2 came out, nobody knew that that was there because
Mm-hmm.
like you'd kill enemies and
Actually,
like
I think people found it pretty quickly.
I mean like they found it decently quick, but it was like a day or two.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't on launch. I also like didn't play it until a week after it came out, so that also
Yeah, okay.
could affect how much I know because I was avoiding spoilers until I actually played it for myself.
Yeah.
So
But like the big thing for me that's like so fascinating about it is that like Toby doesn't make this stuff readily knowable and
yeah,
findable. Like
yeah,
he doesn't say anything. He just lets people find it. And like it's really man, it's fascinating how it really is just like a hey, if you go looking for that, you can find it.
mm-hmm.
But if you don't, like you could be none the wiser. And it's just like it's an interesting little like thing about the game that I I've mentioned. I'm going to derail us a little bit to share the story.
Right.
Um, but like Undertale, especially, but also like Deltarune, really taught me a lot about myself.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that I perceive myself versus how I actually am. Um, in Undertale, I had this really cool experience. So, like I said, I played through the game, pretty much mostly in one sitting, and of course, like I wanted to go full pacifist. I was like, I don't. I'm like the game is giving me the option to be a good person. Like I'm gonna be a good person. Um, and I had just gotten done with the Muffet fight.
Mm-hmm.
Where it was like, oh, you like the game's like, oh, you kill spiders for fun, like you torment them, you rip their legs off. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I'm a good person. Um, Immediately after I finished that fight, Mom was in the other room. It was like, David, there's a spider, come in here and kill it.
Yeah.
And I had this mental realization of like, I would have just gone in there, killed that spider, and then moved on with my life. Not realizing that this game just called me out on that.
Yeah.
And so, like, I took a cup, I scooped it up, and I threw it outside. And, like, it taught me that, like, to look at that aspect of myself. That, like, maybe I wasn't willing to, like, admit to myself or acknowledge that, like, oh, hey, I can improve. I can be a better person than this.
Mm-hmm.
And then the same thing happened, with Undertale and with this, like, I was like, I don't want to actually go through with like, with Undertale, I was a little more arrogant than that. I was like, oh, I'm too, like, I would never hurt someone. I'm just gonna watch somebody else do it. And then Toby flat
Yep.
out calls you out on that, where it's like, oh, like at least you can do it. Like other people just watch.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just like, I'm a terrible person.
That specific comment is also part of why I'm challenging myself to not engage with that
Look up the
side of
Snowgrave.
Deltarune anymore.
Yeah.
For the reason that, like, I don't know, that's just kind of the thing. It's like you have to see all the content that's in a game to make playing through it worth it, right? And it's like, maybe not. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, like, with all these, like, crazy open world games where there's just, like, 7 million things to do, like, is it really, like, not satisfying unless you see everything? And I think that's
You
kind
you
of going
have
to
to
be...
collect every pine cone.
Yep. You gotta collect all the Korok seeds so you can get a golden turd. Like, it's that mentality. Like, where does the value come from playing a game? Does it come from the experience, or does it just come from saying I did it all, or I at least saw it all?
Well, and it's interesting too. Going back to Undertale and
Mm-hmm.
its bad ending, like during the Sans boss fight, Sans makes the comment like, "You're not doing this out of any sense of like evil. Uh, you're doing it because the option is there,
It's
and so you
because you
have to
can.
know."
Yeah.
It's literally because you are given the choice. You like your desire to know what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Pushes
And
you to do that.
And so it's kind of like that same experience you had with the spider, right? I remember thinking to myself, well, the reason I'm looking at this is because I want to learn more about game design, and I'm trying to learn from the most successful games. So, like, I would never do the genocide run. I would never kill these beloved characters. It's not even worth it. But when I think about how much time I've invested in watching other people play to try and learn statistics about it and learn, like, oh, what's good, like, story structure and things, like, the ends don't justify the means. Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
still the same, like, matter of consuming stuff. And again, it's fictional media. At the end of the day,
It
it
is.
doesn't hurt you either way. But I think it just comes down to, like, that experience I had seeing the content of the Snowgrave route was just so, like, I don't want to feel like this. And even if I
Uh-huh.
can now just objectively remember the experience I had and say it's just a game, like, it can't do anything to you.
Yeah.
Or even if I do feel bad about it, like, feelings pass.
Mm-hmm.
But, like,
And
I just don't want to invite that anymore.
uh-huh. And I will say though, to Undertale and Deltarune's credit,
Mm-hmm.
this is one of the reasons why I love these games so much, is
Yeah.
because like I have a hard time playing video games that are just kind of mindless, like numbers work, if that makes it,
Yeah.
like getting a higher score or like there's no end goal. There's no like
just mashing or
like
repetition
but yeah,
or
yeah, mashing repetition or whatever. Because like to me, I love narrative games, and specifically, I want something that I can take away from the experience. I
yeah,
don't want to like invest in a game that like I can't take something away from that experience.
yeah,
And like Undertale, I think about my experience with like Undertale and Deltarune constantly. Like,
mm-hmm.
even though I finished Undertale years ago, I finished chapter 2 like shortly after it came out. But I still come back and I think about these games, and the impact that they've left on me. And like that's what I think makes for a good game.
Yeah. And I'll say this much to kind of wrap off my thoughts on this, and then we'll get back to talking about characters. But I'm also not like calling people out in the comments who do want to like do Snowgrave or No
Oh
Mercy and
yeah.
Undertale. Like, I'm not saying you're a bad person for doing those. Again, it's just a video game, and you get as much enjoyment out of the content that's put into the game as you can. And I'm most certainly not calling out Toby Fox like you're putting bad stuff in a video game that shouldn't be there. The big thing about those is the fact that you can do this kind of stuff in his games. The fact that you can be evil adds so much more meaning to your good heroic choices.
Yeah.
Like, because there's so many of these games nowadays that are just, interactive movies, and you do all this heroic stuff because the game funnels you through a set, like, list of actions so you can see the movie play out the way it's supposed to play out. And that's not agency. The fact that you can be a good or bad person in Toby's games makes being a good person worth it.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Even if I'm not experiencing all the content in the game, the knowledge that there are these two sides to the game makes what I choose to do in it that much more satisfying.
It's funny when you think about the fact that like kind of the tagline of this game is your choices don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because like they do, but also like it's kind of hard to tell if that choice is intended for the audience or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of that was a big tangent. I didn't think we would
That
get
that was a
into.
super big tangent. I knew we were gonna have this conversation at some point, but I thought it was gonna be like after we talk about characters.
Yeah, sorry.
But
I brought it up with Noelle because like
because it's so linked to Noelle's character.
yeah, like it is so deeply rooted in her character. And like again, she is my favorite character in this whole game because so much hinges on her, like especially with this choice. And like, you know, there's just so much to like unpack with her arc as a character. If you choose not to do the Snowgrave route and like watch her grow and like stand up to Queen, and not give in to that like learned hopelessness, it's really cool to see her grow as a character, and I really hope we get her in in future chapters.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because like she's still at the end of her route, like there's still room for her to grow and change as a character.
It is kind of cool the way they set it up. Like, she gets like her arc, while she's the playable character in the Dark World, and that sets up for this renewed sense of confidence. But it's like, okay, but now you have to apply that to, the Light World, and actually stand up for things like. Because, Noelle walks away from that just thinking, like, oh, it was all a dream. But it's like, okay, but now what are you going to do in the real world?
How are you going to apply that dream? And even that, like, all that aside, like, she has some of the funniest moments, too. Like, her just, with, like, how the enemy explains to her like, "Oh,
Yeah.
hey, here's how battles work," and then she puts on the costume and like falls over.
Yep.
There's also the bit with just like, "Chris, don't touch the cheese," and just, "I'm going to touch the cheese."
There's the thing how she's afraid of mice, and
Oh my gosh, the mice.
and the fact that you have to like scare her and make her jump to certain areas.
Yeah, just Noelle is my favorite character in
It's good.
this whole series.
The
so
other
far.
one, maybe like the funniest part of chapter 2, I would say, is the part where she gets the box disguise.
Oh my goodness.
And just immediately, like, how there's the statue there, and she's like, "Okay, let's go," and then she just trips, like, instantly.
like she like wanders away from you and just like runs into the statue and falls over.
just this hard face plant, like, that was probably the hardest that a joke in that game got me to laugh.
Uh-huh.
That was,
But I think
that was
it's
good
time.
stuff.
I think it's time we moved on to our other leading character of chapter 2.
Join us now, gamers. The blessed light of gaming euphoria is upon us for the greatest character ever made. Will now grace us with his presence.
Super Lord Birdley.
Super Lord Falco Birdley.
I hate that I love him.
I kind of just love him.
like he's, oh my gosh.
It's that, like, smarmy first bad guy.
Yeah.
Like kind of dopey. It's that sort of like recurring Team Rocket villain energy
Yes.
that he has, where he's just like, he comes in and he thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And just everything he does is stupid, and everyone except him recognizes that he's stupid. Like,
Yep.
and he's just trying to show off and look cool.
It's the fact too, like, I very much misread some of his character in chapter 1. Maybe because like they pivoted him a little bit in chapter 2 to something else. It's his use of the term gamer. Like, that sums him up so well.
The most oppressed group of all, gamers.
I still think, like, his obsession with Queen, it's that bit where he's like, "You said you were a gamer," and then she's like, "I only play mobile games," and he's just like, the ultimate betrayal.
It's, I don't know, it feels good to have him as a bad guy, because it's that extremely cringy, like, taking it too far, like, gamer obsession. That just, like, the fact that he's, how do I put this? He's almost kind of Waluigi-like.
Yeah.
Where he's, like, ultra vain, but he's just a screw-up and everyone hates him. Like,
he's this, like, ultimate punching bag character that, like...
And it's so, like, deserved most of the time, because he's so, like, vain and irritating and, like, problematic for everyone.
Like, worst of all, his character arc is so good. like legitimately, it's that... there's a word for this term, but it's that, like, being put on a pedestal and that expectation that, like, he's been told that he is a genius and he has to live up to that expectation, and that, like, soul-crushing pressure to succeed and prove himself that he is the best and better, like, he is the elite. Like, and that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Like,
that is a like a seriously detrimental like mindset.
And, like, again, maybe it's because he's such a punching bag character and I love to hate him, but, like, I see a lot of myself in him too. that like
Mm.
I hate.
That's understandable.
It's it's I don't know I don't know if you've ever experienced this or not, but like as a child, like I got straight A's and I was really good
Oh yeah.
in school, and that praise and that expectation was just heaped on me,
Mm-hmm.
and like as a result, now I'm like it got really bad too, where like I couldn't live up to that expectation, if that makes sense.
Right. Because it gets too extreme, like, the older you get.
Yeah,
It
because
starts with
then
something simple, like getting good grades in school.
yeah, which is like, it was easy enough because you're like, I just do the work.
Mm-hmm.
But then like more expectations are then like heaped on you, and then it's harder to like actually fulfill those. And like it's interesting too how like Birdley needs Noel in order to like gratify that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's also because Noelle is, like, a tutor, basically, and
Yeah.
is, like, helping him keep above water.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't think there's any shame in recognizing that in yourself, because it's a very real thing. I definitely experience it too. Like, the fact that, I mean, like, I've got just such a wacky backstory of my own, but, like, the fact that I dropped out, after completing elementary school, like, didn't even do middle school,
Uh-huh.
like, already should just be telling that, like, hey, there's some academic struggles here. But, like, everybody points back to the fact, like, well, but while you were in school, you always did a great job, so, like, you're really smart, and that means I can expect all this of you. Like, it's just
I
so, like,
know.
no!
Wait, and you gotta think too, like for me, like I was in high school, I dropped out, and then I went to college, and then I dropped out of college.
Yep.
And like I still get it. I still get it from like mom and like other people. It's like, oh, you should go back to school, or you should go like do this and be successful instead of working your current job. And I'm like, what's interesting though is that like unlike Birdley, or he has his arc, but like I have made peace with like who I am and being happy with what I do.
Right. And recognizing that the unhealthy drive to be 100% perfect at everything
Uh-huh.
is,
Perfection is overrated.
I mean, maybe this is just the way that I look at it, but I say perfection is a process, not just
Yes.
a thing that you do.
That's a better way to put it.
Because I do believe in perfecting certain things and the art
Yeah.
of fine tuning.
Oh
Because
yeah.
that's something that's really important to me. But you have to do it in a way that's not toxic perfectionism.
Uh-huh.
And so much of like what Birdley shows here is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, the one thing he's perfect at.
Gaming.
Gaming. I also love that like for the live stream they changed his dialogue to talk about how he did like gaming streams.
I didn't notice that.
Did you not know like his dialogue is different
Oh, that's funny. I'll
in
need
the
to
live
rewatch
stream.
that.
And it's hilarious though because Toby and everyone playing like acts like nothing's different.
Yeah.
'Cause, like no, they changed a couple of things. So they also put like Nubert into that. And,
Right.
like,
I know there's some things that they changed, but
yeah, no, all of Birdley's dialogue is different.
that's fun.
And and that's why I'm wondering if that's where they pivoted him into being a gamer. Because I didn't get that in
Right.
the first chapter, but like you barely talk to him.
Yeah, it's because you don't see that much of him.
Uh-huh. But like, oh man, he's so funny. And
He
like
really is. And the freaking just the boss fight where you've got like the roller coasters and he's got a stupid duck roller
His
coaster.
pogging duck. It is.
What would you like to order, sir? Yes, I'll have the pogging duck.
Oh man.
No gravy.
But yeah.
You know what? One of my favorite Birdly Easter eggs is there's like the shapes.
Yeah.
How you have to like move like the light that's in the different shapes like to make them all fit in like the square.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the one, it's like the blue like Twitter bird. If you just take that and then hover it over Birdly just for a while, it'll be like, Chris, stop bombarding me with those tantalizing images. Just look at the blue bird, and he's like, here it is, it's you.
I love his weird obsession with Susie.
Yeah.
Like it's so funny how like Susie makes like one reference to a video game and immediately like he's like, oh, a gamer girl.
The most
like
powerful creature of all.
and like then like becomes obsessed with Susie to the point of once again these elaborate attempts at garnering her affection. and then again, like Noelle, after all of the Dark World stuff, wakes up and is like, "Oh, it was just a dream." But he's got to like take what he learned in there into account, and so you're like he's sitting there like looking at Susie. He's like, "I liked her, but also that was a dream. Like, how much of that is like actually real?"
You know what I also wonder about this? I wonder if Birdly knows anything about Noelle playing video games. Because he didn't seem to be all over her, but...
No, you're right.
He probably doesn't know.
Oh my gosh.
Or there could be some...
gamer girl right there.
But there could be some level of like, oh, she just like plays with her dad or whatever. Like she's not serious. She's not a gamer girl. She's just one of those filthy casuals.
Maybe.
Who knows?
I actually really like the idea of him not knowing.
It's amusing.
I think that's even funnier. I do also, not to dwell too much on Snowgrave, but the other thing.
Yeah, Birdly gets his epic moment.
Yeah, well, like, Birdly, there's like 3 different potential outcomes for him.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what you do, because there's the Snowgrave where he just doesn't get up.
Yep.
And I'm gonna be honest, there's a part of me that I'm like, I wonder if Toby left it just like that and hasn't said that he's okay, just so that we all worry for the next like however long it takes him to put out the next chapter.
That's true, yeah.
Like, and Birdly will show up in class the next day and it'll just be like really cold.
Or he won't.
Yeah, or he won't, which is the scariest part.
Yep.
And how that will affect things in the future. But then like there's also, so there's like the normal ending with him, but also if you choose to fight Queen instead of like going the act route, there's the whole thing how he rips off the mind control plug and it electrocutes his arm, and then when he wakes up he can't move his arm.
Yep.
Which is like the number one reason why I don't believe it is like the Dark World is a dream.
Is all
like
just a dream.
Yeah, like
the theory that I was thinking just from chapter 1 is like, oh, they're just playing pretend.
Mm-hmm.
And then after seeing that, it's like, well, no, it can't be.
It's very real.
Like, there's actual implications for what happens there.
And like, it's a really cool moment for him to like rip the plug off, but also you're like, the fact that carries over, and like he can't move his arm, is just, oh man.
Yep. And again, those sort of story branches also serve to the fact that, like, not even Snowgrave, just like a way to play the game is just defeating all of the enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets you a different, unique story outcome.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, so we've been going for a minute. We gotta.
Yeah. Well, we're also almost done,
Yeah,
but
we're almost done. We've got a couple more
the
characters.
problem is like the last ones that we have are
Yeah.
doozies. So
Well, here's one I don't have quite as much to say about.
yeah,
A beautiful trio.
sweet Captain Cakes.
Yep. Just dude, great NPCs. I'm really sad that like they kind of get forgotten about.
Yeah, they are kind of.
Like they have a big presence as they're like, oh yeah, we're part of the resistance or whatever, but like they suck at it.
Yep.
And so then like after you pass by it, like after you have your moment where you go past their shop, you see them like one more time with Noelle, and then they show up at the end.
Yeah.
And I was like really sad because man, their designs are so cool.
Yeah. Well, I do like how they're one of the ones that comes with you back to the castle town,
Oh
and
yeah.
and how they have the little like music shop place.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing though is just during that fight, that dance. Like the dance
Oh my
animations.
gosh, the Charlie Brown peanuts,
Yep.
dude.
It's so good.
It's so good. Not to mention, it is the introduction of your other party members learning how to act, which
Yeah.
is it's so good.
It
I'm
was so
so
welcome.
glad.
And that's the problem too, is like I have to remember like when I replay, like playing back to that moment, it's like, oh, I don't have my party members acting yet. Like I have to unlock that.
Yeah. I also just love that they are straight up just a reference to Homestar Runner.
Are they?
Yeah, yeah. So there's a strong bad email. I forget which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's literally sweet cup and cakes.
Oh
Um
my goodness.
yeah, like straight up there's that bit where cakes
Mm-hmm.
like they're like play the music and then he starts dancing.
Dun,
Um
dun, 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 dun.
yeah,
Yeah.
so that is a direct reference to a strong bad email where like I don't remember. I have to go back and like look it up and watch it. But like Strong Bad has like a little like music player for a head, and he's like, when I play the music, it would sound like this, and then it plays like
Is it the
something.
same tune or is it just similar?
It's very close.
Okay. Because I know
Like
there's one. We'll get to Spamton in a bit, but there's a thing where he's like keygen, and it plays like an actual keygen song
uh-huh.
from like a real keygen thing.
Yeah, I
So,
want to say like it's either the same song or it is
or
like
it's like a convincing knockoff.
uncannily close.
Okay,
And it's a straight up Homestar Runner
but
reference.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. I need to go back through all the Homestar Runner stuff.
Oh man, but
'Cause
I
it's
will
been
say
so
like these
long.
guys, especially after the long gap between chapters 1 and 2, um,
Mm-hmm.
like when you go into the cyber world and there's that bit with the music, like where like the attacks are in sync with the music on the overworld.
Yeah.
What a start to like chapter 2.
Yeah, it was a great opener. The other thing about Sweet Captain Cakes during that little dance moment that I remember is super great. So do you remember the super old like early internet meme, the Danjo song, where they're like
Yes,
Danjo Danjo Jojo Danjo Danjo.
yes, I do remember that.
That is a thing during their fight. like while everybody's dancing, it's showing all the different sprites of the characters dancing. It cuts to like Sweet Captain Cakes. They're drawn like stick people, and they're doing the Danjo dance.
Oh my
Have you
goodness.
like do you know
No,
about this?
yeah. I like now that you are saying it, I can see it.
It's like where they do the little like shimmy with their arms back and forth. Like it's freaking Danjo. I'm like I did not catch that on the first playthrough because that's such an old reference.
Yeah, I mean
like,
that's Toby Fox for you.
That was completely out of my mind. I mean, heck, Homestar Runner, like
I know.
But like the fact that they did that, like, because Danjo was like the lesser Caramel Dancin', like
yeah.
Like they were both like those animation memes where it'd play the song or whatever, but like everybody remembers Caramel Dancin'.
Oh yeah, because it was everywhere.
That one was bigger, but like I just
also
remember
probably easier to animate.
I mean, Danjo is only like 2 frames of just like the back and forth.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's it's just crazy that they went that deep because that's like these characters are packed with so many references and like the Charlie Brown stuff like smacks you in the face because it's the most recognizable. But like they reference so much other crud.
Oh yeah. There's also the fact that like for their attacks where they have like the big speakers, it actually attacks to the beat of the song.
It's so good.
It's
just
man.
Amazing.
This is good stuff.
Oh, and then also when you bring Noelle over to them and they play the little Christmas Jingle Bells.
I adore that. I adore that so much.
Because it perfectly captures the energy of those like generic like Christmas, like, oh, push this and it'll play you a song kind of.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Very good characters.
Oh boy, do we got a
David,
a big one.
Get the banana.
Get the banana.
We got Queen.
Well, more specifically, we have Q5U4EX7YY2E9N.
I'm glad you wrote that down because I sure wasn't going
to. I wrote it down literally like a minute before we started recording.
All right, nice. I said you came prepared.
I love this game. I love that scene though with how she's like, but you can call me, and then she takes a moment to like drink.
Yeah,
and then the sign pops up that says Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fact that Susie tries to say it.
Yeah,
man, like A+ character.
Queen is pretty darn good. I think she is a bit of like an example of, I don't know why it is that I prefer chapter 1 for its tone and its setting. Just because, again, like I said, with King as the bad guy, like, he really got some serious emotions out of me. Queen was kind of just, like, goofing around the whole time, and I was like, yeah. Am I supposed to take you seriously? And then when it's actually time to, like, have the fight, then it's like, oh, yeah, I can take you seriously as a villain. But it was just so, like, she's just, like, screwing around the whole time, and it's like, what sort of an arc is she supposed to have? Like,
yeah. Well, and specifically, like the thing about Queen, though, what I liked about her, what I mentioned about Sweet Captain Cakes, how like they kind of get forgotten because they get dealt with.
Yeah. Because
Queen kind of pops in, does her wacky thing, and then leaves. Like, she has a presence throughout the entire chapter.
It's true.
It almost kind of reminds me of Undertale, like Metaton.
Yeah.
How, like, he would show up and he would do his big thing and then he'd leave. And Queen kind of, like, very much has that same energy.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, King kind of reminded me of Asgore in that, like, you don't see them until, like, the final act. but then like
But then
they
they make that
cram
strong impression.
so much in like that short
Yeah.
amount of time. Um,
I guess the thing about Queen is like she kind of represents the internet and the internet's
she
sense of humor.
does.
And with that, it's like it's funny, but I feel I kind of made this observation about Wreck-It Ralph 2 is another thing like this. Like it's all about personifying the internet, but the thing you kind of realize is like the internet's a really annoying place.
Yeah.
Like and some of that kind of bleeds through with Queen where it's just like what are you even trying to do here? like
Yeah.
Like there's the bad guy side of her where it's like all of you join me and become my peons and how she's doing all this stuff for Noelle and how a lot of her character hinges around Noelle. But then it's just like banana? Like what? why is that she drinks exploding battery acid like
I mean, the banana thing apparently is like a deep cut reference to some like
sure.
obscure Japanese game that Toby Fox loves to
Okay,
reference.
sure.
It's that's the thing with Toby is like sometimes you get something very deep and meaningful, and then other times is
It's
like a very stupid one note reference.
right. Yeah, that's the one like I we'll just have to wait for them to release all these Japan exclusive games in
Yeah.
remakes on the Switch or whatever.
Um,
we're getting Live Alive, so
we are. I'm excited for it. The one I guess for me, like I didn't find her as annoying because like she had these like actually very like touching moments. They're very few and far between, but like you would see through them and you'd be like,
right.
"Oh, like again, there's the surface level of what you see about her cuz like
Yeah.
I think you nailed it. She is the personification of the internet and the internet is annoying. And
Yeah.
like that is very much who she is. Like she's just so over the top and just extra about everything
Mhm.
and like it's a riot. Like she's so funny. Um, but then like there's that moment where like you're in the car and Noelle's like, why do you want to like find Noelle or whatever? Is it because like she's weak? And then like Queen's like, oh no, like Noelle's a very strong person and like she could get hurt and I'm worried about her. And like there's like all of those like parallels between what Noelle is dealing with her own mother and Queen.
Mhm.
And like that line between like who Noelle is referring to gets really blurred sometimes.
Yeah. I definitely agree. Queen gets some really great moments of character. I think it's more so just like the fact that like you have this dynamic of the quote bad guy side where there's Queen and Birdly and Noelle. And Noelle is kind of already playing the straight man of the group.
Mm-hmm.
Birdly is like the annoying one that like nobody likes. But then Queen is trying to also be the annoying one no one likes, but also be liked. But it's just kind of like it's really jarring how many things they're trying to fit into her character. Like, oh, she's wacky and zany, but also she really cares about Noelle. But also she's like evil, but also like get the banana. Like, it's I don't know. I experience a bit too much whiplash from her. Like again, like you said, the good moments where she's good, I think she's like really like spot on. Like this is an amazing villain, but it's just like broken up by all this weird stuff. That's just like maybe the humor's just not for me.
Yeah. I think also because like I think she was I liked her because she was a nice contrast to King.
And yeah,
Because like at the end of chapter 1 and like the beginning of chapter 2 where like we see King is locked up and he's
mm-hmm,
just like sulking in his bitterness and just he's not happy.
yeah,
Um and like before like after that I had this moment where I thought like is every big villain like is this what's going to happen to him? Where they just get locked away and just are left to just be bitter and upset.
Mm-hmm.
And then we met Queen, and like from the moment I met her, I was like, dude, she's not gonna get locked up. We're gonna become good friends. Like,
Yeah.
she's just fun. Like she'll just be in the town causing all sorts of mayhem.
Right. And again, the cool thing about it, going back to what Ralsei had to say about King, where it's like, if you're not helping the Lightners, like, are you really happy? And when you contrast King with Queen, you realize, like, even though she's the bad guy or whatever, doing things that's like, she's got her misguided intentions, all of it is in service of Noelle, and Queen is happy with
Oh yeah.
herself and her life and what she has. Like, it kind of manifests in the form of vanity and things, but like King also had his riches and his servants and whatever, but he wasn't in service of the Lightners, and so he was sad. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of the unhappiness with in Queen, where like the internet is out,
Yeah.
and like that's her whole driving force of her plan, because she wants to be happy because she wants to help.
Mm-hmm. And she's not able to, and so she's starting to lose it.
Uh-huh.
The best thing about Queen by far is that she likes Punch Out.
I was about to say that. Gosh. Smash Bros, we already talked about it, but I freaking love Punch Out.
Yep.
And that final boss was so good.
I mean, heck, the fact that they do it the first time, just with the little arcade machine, you play the little, like, the wireframe characters, you do the little Punch-Out minigame. Like, just seeing that in and of itself, I was like, this is genius. But then it turns out to be, like, preparatory for the big boss fight.
Well, not only that, but, like, I know it's thrown in there as a joke, but, like, the fact that her giant robot is there in the castle and you're interacting with it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And then just, that final boss is so good.
The music has that real, like, F-Zero rock and roll kind of vibe to it, and like, the different rounds, and
I think people pointed out it's very akin to it's some Power Ranger game on the Super Nintendo.
That makes perfect sense.
And like specifically I think it's like the Megazord battles.
Oh, okay.
Which is it's giant robots fighting. Like it's perfect.
So cool.
It's so perfect.
And it's also the way of like having a satisfying fight, but not messing with like the, like attack or spare mechanics.
Yes.
Like it's just a way that you can just fight and have a satisfying final boss without losing anything. Because Undertale kind of did the same thing with like Asgore and like during the normal route with Flowey. Where it's like, oh no, you actually do get to fight even if you're doing pacifist. And so the fact that the way they do that here is without Punch-Out style boss fight with like multiple rounds and like different mechanics.
Well, and it's great too because I think it further emphasizes the point that Chapter 1 ended with like Ralsei being like, I guess you can't talk your way out of every fight, and Susie's like, well, it's complicated. Like some people you have to fight, but like if you fight everyone, you're gonna be upset.
Yeah.
And like I think that fight encapsulates that so well.
Yeah, for sure. Plus, her giant mech has Shadow the Hedgehog hair.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
I couldn't not think that. As soon as I saw it, I was like, that's Shadow.
I freaking loved it.
It was good. Also, the fact that it's got the head of the thrash machine.
Yeah. Again, I had the duck. Which, that's the other thing. The duck's ability. It gives you a sucky aura.
Oh
And
yeah.
when you land punches, you suck health from them.
Oh, that's so cool. You're making me regret my gun machine that I made more and more. I did that for a
I
one-off line of
believe
dialogue, but
I believe the gun machine, like you get a unique special based on like the gun, because whatever your head
yeah,
is, like
yeah,
you get a
it
special
it
based
it
on
affects
that.
stuff.
But I'm so glad I picked the duck. Can
It's
we also
so
just talk
funny.
about the like your giant robot and the fact that like everyone comes in to power it
Yeah,
and like
it was very anime.
it's so great. And also the fact that I had the original Star Walker show up for that part.
That's right. He does show up for that.
He shows up for that. He also, depending on who you give the present to, if you give it to Birdley,
Oh
um,
yeah.
um, in that room where Noelle like walks with you, Birdley's like, "I will also join you, but just for this
But
room."
only for this room.
And
And
then the original Star Walker's like, "I am also joining."
gosh dang, like
They
I need to.
all like you have like a line of like 6
Well,
people.
also don't spoil everything about the original Star Walker because like I still haven't played through
Okay,
that with that Easter egg.
okay. It's only if you give it to Birdley.
Okay, that's
But
that's good to know, but it is
yeah,
worth doing.
it's so good.
That's
Oh my
funny.
goodness, it's so funny.
Yeah, that's just like what a finale. It is interesting too how a lot of like what Queen does is supposed to parallel like Noelle and her relationship with her mom. I'm
Yeah,
wondering how much like in later chapters we're gonna see that play out.
yeah, because I believe it's heavily implied that her mom is the mayor.
Yeah. No, it's in
Or
chapter
yeah,
2
it's
it's stated,
okay.
but
Um, but like, man, dude, just Queen, great final battle.
yep. But it's
Um, yeah.
it's only the final boss. We get another super boss.
Oh my goodness, it's everybody's favorite,
Hey, it's me, Spamton. Jeez, Spamton.
dude. This guy literally stole the show.
This guy. That is kind of the problem with all of Toby Fox's games is that usually like the big secret super boss is like the most loved character.
Yeah,
Because it was the case with Sans, it was the case with Jevil,
it's
and now
the
we got
thing for me.
Spamton.
I I didn't get everyone's obsession with him, but like he's so unsettling when you meet him.
He's
Like,
so distinct.
yeah, well, like it's the fact that like you leave everyone, you are by yourself, you go down to this dark alley, and he pops out of like the garbage can, and it's playing this silly music, and he's doing his thing, and then he sees you, and the music changes,
Yep.
and he just like he gets uncomfortably close. Like Chris backs up,
Mm-hmm.
and there's that bit where like he starts laughing, and then he turns around and just punches the garbage can.
Yep.
And just like
You're just like, friend or foe?
everything about him, just like I was so scared. I was uncomfortable when he showed up.
Yeah.
But like he's funny, but like there's like this level of insane to him
Yep.
that just
I remember the first time I saw him. I don't think I actually said this as we were doing our playthrough, but like I remember just seeing him and thinking like, "Oh great, it's more of Toby Fox's like weird what the heck is this Homestuck style characters." Like cuz I like that was the thing. I just saw Spamton and just took him for what he was in that weird encounter where he shows up. Not realizing how deep the lore was going to run with him.
I know. And like I didn't realize that he was going to be the secret boss
Yeah,
But
that
like,
was the weird thing too, that like he shows up as an enemy and then you deal with him, but then you like do all this stuff where he's got a shop and you work with him and then he's the secret boss.
yeah,
Cuz
which
like
also,
Jevil was just tucked away in a corner, find the three key parts, fix it, bring it back there, secret boss fight, he's gone. Spamton had so much build up.
oh yeah, it's also just it's fascinating the internet and the world's fascination with him
Yep.
because like I saw a meme and it was talking about how like you know like all right we got Queen, we got Task Manager, we got like the like a this like butler bird and his army of buff like butlers like with him whatever, and
Yeah.
this is the man that everyone was like him.
Sexy.
Like
Got some of
this
that sweet
weird
Ed and Eddie energy.
this weird little gremlin that lives in a garbage can that is just I don't know, man.
I
Like,
mean, it's definitely, I'll say it's the mystique of like the like being the super boss and having deep lore
I
that
mean,
that makes everybody
definitely.
like him so much. Because
I need
trust me, if they pumped all this like this amount of backstory into like you know like the butler or whatever, like people would be all over him too. It's
yeah,
just people get really excited about like the drip feed of lore.
yeah. I mean, that's fair. He just like again, he's so entertaining, but like he creeped me out a little bit.
Oh yeah, they definitely purposely go for a very unsettling angle.
And not to mention like post super fight with him, there's that whole scene of like Chris. It's like, Chris, are you okay? And
You
you
can
can
say
say
yes
yes
or
or no,
no.
and like say I said no, and it's just Chris just screaming because of like what he said about like being a puppet.
Yup.
I'm just like, oh, that's the implications of that are so fascinating to sink your teeth into.
Mm-hmm. It is. I have here in my notes about Spamton the most annoying side of the internet personified. Of course, the internet likes him,
Which is funny because
but
he's an
it's
advertisement.
because that's the thing. Like he's you know like pop ups and ads and like shady like oh
Shady internet deals.
what's the term I'm thinking of?
Used car salesman.
Not keygen, torrents, like downloading stuff through
Torrents.
torrents and
Yeah.
just those shady backhanded deals.
Well, it's there in his name, Spamton. Like he is a spam email.
Mm-hmm. It's so wacky that they made something out of that that's just as lore rich as he is. I also enjoy the different takes on his character, like when people dub,
Oh yeah.
because there's so many good ones. The thing I still want to do this sometime, but I just want to take like oh I forget the guy's name, Alex something. Like he's my favorite like Spamton voice actor. He's one that like a lot of animations use. But basically like use like his audio of like voicing Spamton, and then for all the dialogue in brackets, I want to replace it with the audio of different like voice actors doing their takes.
Oh yeah.
So like it truly sounds like his audio is like messed up and like cut pasted.
Man.
I'll have to do that sometime when I'm less busy with projects, but
hmm I think the most accurate way to sum up Spamton and the phenomenon that he is was like Toby Fox was like, so when I asked people like who play tested the game about this character, they were like, oh, he's kind of like he's weird and he's unsettling and stuff.
yeah, I don't like him.
Yeah, like I don't like, and so he's like, I was worried people would hate this character, and then all of the merch in the store of this character is now sold out. And he's like, I don't know how to feel about that.
Yep.
Oh man.
People just like their strange little advertisement man and his troubles.
Dude, he's such a, and again, like he really stole the show, like even to the point of like in the Snowgrave, like he is the final boss.
The whole point of it is that he literally steals the show. Like, he comes in, takes over Queen's mansion, and it's wacky. I think that for the most part, that's what I have to say about Spamton.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No. I think that about covers it for me.
They released that like Spamton plushie, and
oh yeah.
in the tweet, Toby said, "If you remove his clothes, you'll never be able to put them back on." And I'm like, I don't want to know what you mean by that, but okay.
Thanks, Toby.
Overall, I like Jevil just a little bit better as a secret boss,
yeah.
but Spamton was very cool.
I think the thing is that Jevil kind of still has that mystique about him.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's because it's the fact that you don't learn anything about him.
Yeah.
Whereas like Spamton,
like, you just know
Spamton, you get like his life story basically.
you do like, and you learn a lot about him and how he was affected. Like we can piece together most of his story. We do get Jevil's story, but like there's not as much there.
It's
what we get
very indirect and very cryptic, and there's not enough to go off of.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely with all these super boss characters, we're getting the sense like, oh, these were normal people, and then they get like screwed up in the head, being exposed to something.
Something Wingding-Gaster.
Mm-hmm. That is the prevailing theory.
Yeah.
And it makes the most sense because it's about like secret stuff. So
yeah, there's enough information there that tracks, that like alludes to it, that it's like, yeah, it's probably him.
Yeah. But all right, we've got our last character to discuss.
Yes, one that I've been actually excited to talk about. Good old Chris.
Chris, get the banana. Sorry, still I had to get that out of my system.
No, you're good. Get all the potassium you need.
Yeah,
it's good for you.
That's okay, Chris. It's good for you. Okay, but this little shambling zombie of a kid,
I really like them a lot. I love Chris.
Big
like
fan Chris.
Especially because, like, so one of the biggest things on here that I had in my notes was, like, the chapter 1 ending and the chapter 2 ending.
Yeah.
And the implications of those, like, Chris with the knife. Here's the thing. I don't think Chris is the knight. I think
we're getting into theory crafting territory now, but
sorry.
I get you though. We'll talk more about like the knight and stuff once we finish up talking about Chris. Yeah. But that is a good point to make, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm still not convinced that it's Chris.
Yeah.
Either.
I could be entirely wrong. The thing is, I think Toby's playing with our expectations.
I think he's trying to directly say, like, make us think it's the knight so we can set up for something different.
Yeah. And the biggest reason I feel that way is, like, the ending to chapter 1.
Yeah.
Where, like we see Chris rip out the soul, lock it in the birdcage, and then make a point of showing us the knife.
Yeah.
And then what happened? Presumably, It's possible Chris opened the Dark World in the computer lab. We weren't there. We couldn't see.
Mm-hmm.
But then also went and got the pie.
Yeah.
Um, and so like, it was all that build up to like, oh shoot, Chris has a knife. Chris is gonna kill people. And then just like, Chris, did you eat all the pie?
Yep.
Like, this is your knife, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And like, it ultimately kind of resulted in just like a dumb gag.
Yeah.
And like, I kind of like, I'm thinking that that's going to be the case here. Like, I think Chris has reasons for opening the Dark World,
Mm-hmm.
like the fountains. But like,
It is interesting that it's
yeah,
also after hearing what Ralsei has to say about
yeah,
not opening portals because the roaring and all that. Like, then we see Chris opening a portal. So it's like, okay, you heard what he had to say, and you're still going through with this. Why?
uh-huh. Because there's also the whole thing of like your conversation with Susie right before that about like, wouldn't it be great if they like could come into our world instead? Like, and you have that whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also there. I know this is still in the theories, but I think it's relevant to Chris's character. Uh, when Chris jumps out the window and leaves,
Oh, yeah.
um, and like, I think it's pretty safe to say that Chris slashed the tires.
Yeah.
Um, but like the reason for that like some people are theorizing is that so that Toriel would be like, oh, there's somebody out there that slashed my tires. I don't want Susie walking home. Let's have her stay the night.
Yeah.
And like just like this manipulative sort of way of like Chris being like, let's get Susie to stay here.
Yeah. I think that tracks. Like, there's a lot of this, even though it seems like Chris is this shambling zombie monster that's gonna kill everybody. Like, there is some plausibility to the idea that, like, oh no, it's just Chris's way of getting what they want while the soul
Yeah.
is not in them.
Uh-huh. They kind of tend toward extreme measures.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is that like there is a distinction between when Chris does something and the player does something.
Yeah.
Like there is a very big distinction. The most notable to bring up the Snowgrave again
Mm-hmm.
is that bit at the very end where like you call for help and it's like Chris called for help, like they called for Susie, Chris called for Ralsei, and then the dialogue says you whispered Noelle's name.
Mm-hmm.
And like that is a very big distinction that like before it specified Chris and then Noelle it says you.
Mm-hmm. And again, not calling for help. It's like you whisper their name. So it
Yeah.
shows there's an extremely different dynamic happening there.
Uh-huh. There's that, and I believe there's another one. I'd have to look up the post that talked about it, but I believe when you use the key to go into the Queen's basement and do the whole Spampton fight, like there's another
Mm-hmm.
point where there is a distinction between you and Chris.
Yeah.
And I love that. I don't know, and I think it's neat. It's such good writing, and I wanna play through it and just pay attention to those moments
Mm-hmm.
where it specifies Chris or it specifies you.
Right. And that was the like there's the stuff about like the mirror in Undertale where it's like it's you, and then at the end of the game it's like despite everything it's still you. Um it's interesting how in Deltarune now we're also getting unique dialogue for looking in the mirror. It says like, like it's only you. And then during chapter 2 it's like this is what they call you. And it's like, Huh.
Yeah.
What's implied by that? It's
Toby's a
just
genius.
tons of mysteries.
More than anything else, Toby is a genius, and I trust him.
Right.
I don't, but I do.
But then as far as just, like, we kind of talked about this with Noelle, but, like, we get little breadcrumbs about, like, the person that Chris used to be. Before we started playing the game and taking control. Just, like, they're very mischievous.
They love marshmallows.
Marshmallows.
Like any marshmallow healing item heals Chris more.
It's pretty
And they
good.
have like an affinity for marshmallows. If you go into Toriel's classroom and start sniffing markers, it says you immediately grab the marshmallow scented one.
That's good.
Which the implication of Chris sniffing markers is hilarious.
It's great. Oh man.
Yeah.
There's so much funny stuff too, especially like the way the game avoids going in depth about Azrael. Like how Queen has the different rooms for each of the people. She, just for whatever reason that we don't understand, has a room for Azrael. And then when you go to it, it's like, Chris shut their eyes and poked their head in the door. You didn't see anything. Close the door.
There's also just Chris's room.
Yep.
And like all of the hilarious, like, okay, first off, the bath bombs.
Oh yeah.
And the implied history there of Chris flushing a bath bomb down the toilet. Which is so funny. But then also like video game piano tutorial.
Yeah.
And like
there's like all these how-to videos.
Yep. You just learn a lot about Chris.
Mm-hmm.
There's the fact that you borrow money from your brother.
I didn't. I couldn't bring myself
I
to.
couldn't do it either.
I was just so like, no, it's his money though.
I think the funniest thing is that during the live stream when they previewed Chapter 2, Toby looks at it, is like, no, I'm not gonna, and then looks under his bed and finds like some cat-related video game, and then goes over to the money
and then goes
takes
back
it.
and takes the money. Like,
money.
it's freaking degenerate.
Like, that was funny.
I also think it's funny how there's the thing like Azrael has that book that he what was it? Like he got the book
How to
from
Draw
the library.
Dragons.
Yeah, and he never is going to return it. Oh man.
Oh, so good. No, like that's the thing too. Chris is such a fascinating character because we like of everyone in this game, we know the least about Chris.
Well, it's because they can't just express things for themselves and interact with the other characters, so you have to get this like drip feed of information about them.
Just whatever other people say about them.
Mm-hmm.
There's the one bit of dialogue that we get is the library, the upstairs books, and how it's like how to raise humans or whatever. And like if you look and it says like, you notice your mom checked out this book a lot.
Yep.
And you're just like, oh, like that's heartbreaking.
Trying to make it work.
And just figure out and just like things like Chris, like, oh, I wondered, you know, like we got you that headband with the little horns because you wanted to know when yours were gonna grow in.
Mm-hmm.
There's also there's also Father Alvin talking about how like Raul say like drop the dinosaur in the pit when he's confessing.
You mean Azrael?
Or Azrael, sorry,
right.
Yeah. Like I dropped the dinosaur to get an extra jump. Not sure what that meant, but not a sin. And then confess sins for Chris, like you did it on purpose.
Oh, it's so funny. Especially like there's so much like hidden like details about how like Azrael really likes Yoshi.
Uh-huh.
There's like the thing about like the eggs.
Mm-hmm.
They painted the eggs and then Asgore ate them and Azrael
He cooked
cried.
them. Yep. I also there's another interesting thing is the flavored tea.
Oh
Um
yeah, how you can get the different types of tea.
yeah, and if you know the character, if it's of them and they drink it, they're like, this is just water. Like this
Yeah.
doesn't taste like anything. But if you give it to certain characters,
They
they
react differently.
yeah, and like that's where you learn like Chris cares so much about the members of the party.
Mhm.
Like Chris cares about Noelle, cares about Ralsei, cares a lot about Susie.
Yeah.
Like the only one who gets a bigger heal off the Susie tea, I think, is Noelle.
Right.
Like
Which makes
Noelle,
sense.
yeah, and that's the thing though is like Noelle has the dialogue of like, "Can I buy this by the gallon?"
Yep.
But I love the implication there that like Chris cares so much about their friends.
Mhm.
It's good.
It's nice and wholesome in this very unsettling, disturbing game.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so amazing like the range of Toby's writing with these characters. How we get like so much silliness, but then like so much awesomeness, but then like sadness or scariness, and
Uh-huh.
it's some impressive writing for sure.
Yeah. Well, and it's fascinating with this talking about it now because we only have 2 chapters
Yeah. This is gonna
and
be like a full on like 70-hour RPG when
oh
it's all
yeah,
done. Like
whenever it's done.
because just chapters 1 and 2 combined is like more content than Undertale,
Yeah.
which is crazy to think about.
And like there's this part of me that's wondering if it's going to be like Mother 3 where like I guess chapter 6 is really short.
Oh
Like
yeah.
it like plays like one little scene and then it just goes right into the next chapter and I'm like there's this part of me that's wondering if there's going to be a chapter like that.
Yeah, it's possible.
Um but I don't know. But it's interesting cuz now at this point I love the theories going around and like
There's also a lot of stupid ones, but
there's some stupid theories. There's some stupid theories. But then there are some interesting theories.
yeah, definitely. So I guess
Um
the first one that I have here on the notes for talking about theory stuff is what's going to be in chapter 3.
yeah. Um
Do you have anything specific to comment on that?
Everyone seems to be under the impression that we're getting a TV inspired adventure. I don't know if it's going to
Right.
be TV inspired. I'm wondering if it's going to be inspired like The House.
Ah.
And like the TV will play a part.
Yeah. Oh, I could see
Um
that.
yeah. And then the other one is like everyone brings up Mike, who was like this character that just spammed and just name dropped.
Right.
And I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opinion that Mike is just the reference to Big Shot Soda
Yeah.
because there's so much that draws from that. But at the same time, I also recognize that Jevil name dropped our main villain of chapter 2 when he was talking about Queen, and then we got
Uh-huh.
Queen. And so the recognizable character that Spamton was talking about, like the name that he kept saying was Mike. So it is fair that we could have a character named Mike be our
Yeah.
next villain, and that could just be a cycle of like the super boss foreshadows the next
Things to
chapter.
come. There's a part of me that kind of just wants Mike to actually show up and just be like a throwaway nothing character.
Yeah.
I think that would be hilarious.
Like, it's literally just a guy drinking soda, and he's like, "Sup, I'm Mike."
Mm-hmm. Um, the other thing though is that Susie was talking about the carnival,
Oh, yeah.
and there's a part of me that's like, are we gonna get a dark world with the carnival, or is that gonna be the town like after we
The
wake
town
up?
aspect, like, during the day or whatever, or at the end of the day, you experience the carnival after you've done your...
Your dark world adventure.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty possible, too.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that's why I'm like, are we gonna get a dark world at the carnival, or are
Mm-hmm.
we just going to like run around the carnival and have fun?
Yeah, you certainly wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so here's what I'm anticipating with Chapter 3, personally. And this could be way off base, but this is just what I'm thinking. So at the end of Chapter 1, there was notable segments where you could talk to Noelle.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of felt like it was setting up for, like, Chapter 2 stuff. Because,
Yeah.
like, you get to spend time with, like, Noelle and Rudy, and like, you can talk to Noelle afterwards. She asks about Susie and things, which sets up, their relationship in Chapter 2. So at the end of Chapter 2, you get to spend a lot of time with Caddy and her family.
Yeah.
And she's got lots of interesting stuff to say. Her dynamic of, like, being the goth one in a family full
Mm-hmm.
of happy, sunshiny people.
She's into the occult and all of that.
Right. And she talks about, like, there's some backstory there where, like, both Chris and Noelle were interested in that, like, occult stuff with her. So, like, I'm theorizing that she will be our next new party member, and that her abilities will kind of have to do with, like, that sort of stuff, like
Uh-huh.
witchcraft, black magic, occult stuff.
Yeah.
Like
I'm also wondering what role Jockington is gonna play.
Jockington. That's he's another one that I theorize because he's not a character, like, brought back from Undertale, but is just his
Mm-hmm.
own character. Like, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be a party member too.
Well, most notably, like Noelle, Birdley, uh, Caddy, and Jockington
Hmm.
all have character portraits when they talk.
Yeah.
Whereas like the Monster Kid and Snowy, they don't.
Hmm. And Temmie.
Yeah, and Temmie. Um, so I think I'm pretty confident we're gonna get something with them.
Right. But
Um,
but there is also the possibility that with either Caddy or Jockington, it's the same thing as Noelle and Birdley. How Birdley was not a party member. He was just a
yeah.
recurring character and technically a bad guy for a time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the same thing could happen with Jockington. Like,
Yeah.
he could be a bad guy for a chapter, or something like that.
The only thing ever like I don't know if we're gonna get that next chapter because I'm kind of under the theory that we might get Toriel.
Right, because she
Sh-
is there in the house where the portal is
She's
open.
there in the house, has a portrait. Um, the other thing too is that she called Undyne to come over,
Oh,
and so
yeah.
I don't know if Undyne's gonna show up.
Right. It doesn't make sense for me for, like, the returning Undertale characters to be, like, deeply involved in the plot,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Like,
I
it
know
kind
what
of
you
seems
mean.
like like, during the town stuff is where the Undertale characters shine, and then during the Dark World stuff, that's where we get all the new characters. But,
Yeah,
like, we only have 2 chapters. That's not a set in stone rule.
no, it's not. And I'm wondering if this next chapter, whatever happens with Toriel, if we're going to learn what happened with Asgore and her, because we have some implications that something happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's if you go into the police station, you learn that Asgore was the chief of police.
Right.
Something
And is not.
happened,
Yeah.
and then he stepped down, and then Undyne took his place.
Yeah. And though they're not explicitly connected, we also just, have all these vague concepts about deaths
Yep.
disappearing, whether that's, dying or just going missing. And so it's like, is that connected to why Asgore is no longer the chief of police?
And possibly why
Like,
he and his wife and Toriel were
yeah,
divorced.
the divorce, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
It's,
I also
mm-hmm.
think that at some point we're gonna go into the church.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Because we couldn't go into the computer lab in chapter 1, and then we went in and had the whole Dark World adventure there.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a part of me that's like, oh, we're probably gonna get to go in there at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that too. I will say the other thing that I'm thinking about, like how you were mentioning how there's the house being the setting for the next Dark World.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that comes to mind, again, if we have Caddy as our party member, I could see there being not just a TV theme, but specifically horror movie themes.
Yeah, we do have a graveyard in this town.
There's a graveyard too.
One thing is certain though, I think at some point the roaring is going to take place.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a matter of chapters before it happens.
Yeah, definitely. You know what I could see? I could see them. I guess I won't say anything. You'll know what I'm implying by this, just by being subtle and careful. But the roaring could happen like the ending to Mother 3.
Oh yeah.
Something like that, or at least the end of a chapter could end that way. If you remember how Mother 3 ends, but I'm not going to say it on camera. But you get what I'm saying, right?
I do.
When I think about just the very basics of what's implied by the prophecy of the roaring, it definitely makes me think of the ending to Mother 3. So
interesting.
I could see something like that happening, but then also just with a very Toby Fox twist.
I'm also wondering too, what else of this prophecy do we not know?
Yeah, that's true too, because we seem to get more and more info from Ralsei as the chapters go.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know. I like the theories.
We'll kind of get through the rest of this theory stuff pretty quick, but just kind of like we mentioned before, do you have any guesses as to who the knight is, or any concepts about that?
I don't think it's Chris.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like a red herring a little bit. I said there is a video, I didn't have time for it, and as theories got more outlandish, I got less interested in watching it, but there's a 3-hour video talking about every single character and if it makes sense for them to be the knight. Even the Undertale returning characters, he goes through everybody.
Yeah.
And you know what was funny to me? He said, like, I hate how good of a case there is for Rule's card being the knights.
Oh man.
But
See,
that one was really funny,
the
but it's
the theories that I think are a little bit there's some credibility. There's the theory that it's Azrael, not Ralsei,
right,
Azrael.
Asriel.
Um, there is the theories about Ralsei, but I
Right.
think it's somebody in the real world. Like it's a Lightner. I don't think it's a Darkner.
The
Um,
other thing, like, about Ralsei specifically, it doesn't make sense for him to be the knight for the reason that he's the one that is, like, at least on camera, most actively opposed to the knight and the roaring.
yeah.
It definitely could be doublespeak and he could be playing both sides, but
Hmm.
it's just so freaking hard to imagine a
Yeah.
motive.
No. Ralsei, what I believe that he is a toy. He is just straight up a Darkner that Chris gave the headband to. Because if you notice, Ralsei has pink horns,
Oh.
like
Yeah.
pinkish red horns. Um, and so like I think Ralsei is something, and maybe we don't know all the details about it yet, and we'll learn
Yeah.
them. That is sentimental to Chris, that either like reminds them of Azrael or that has a connection to that, and like Chris made in the image of Azrael as a means of like coping.
Yeah. Like, it would make sense that Ralsei is, like, a comfort item of some kind for Chris.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Yeah, I could see it.
the other thing too is Gaster.
Oh,
This
yeah, him
story
being the knight.
has some ties to him. I don't know if Gaster is the knight, but I'm positive Gaster has some connection to the knight.
Right.
Because definitely Gaster is connected to all of the super bosses. That much we know.
And a lot of the super bosses are connected to the knight in some way. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it makes you wonder.
Watch it be something stupid like Onion San.
I mean, that would be a twist of Shyamalanian proportions. Like, if something like that happened, I'd just be like, "Good on you, Toby. No one saw this coming. Was it worth it?" Like,
Watch it be Toby himself.
yeah,
Watch it be
the
the
annoying
dog.
dog. I think he did actually put the annoying dog as, like, amongst his candidates, and then ranked him super low
Yeah.
in that one theory video about who the knight could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't have too much of an opinion. I just know that I don't believe it's Chris yet.
Yeah. I wouldn't rule it out, but I'm very skeptical.
More
of it.
specifically, I don't believe it's any of our main heroes, Chris, Susie, or Ralsei.
I think there's probably a reason that Chris is opening a fountain that we don't know about yet.
Right.
Like I said, maybe it's Ralsei, and this is a means that Chris is coping.
Yeah.
But I don't think Chris is the knight.
There's also a lot of stuff that could have spurred it on, like Birdley and Noel's talk about how the Dark World is better and how they want to stay there.
Uh-huh.
Or, like, Susie talking about, like, oh, we should bring Ralsei to the Light World so we
And
can...
Lancer.
And Lancer and all them so they can have fun with us.
There are cats rustling over here, being super loud.
That's a regular catastrophe, I say. I guess one last theory that's kind of disconnected from everything, but I will just say, like, probably, like, with whatever, like, No Mercy stuff that happens in future chapters and everything, I could definitely see them setting up for either Ralsei or Susie, or both, to be like a final boss fight where
Mm,
they're trying to stop you.
yeah,
That's
I
definitely
could see
something
it.
that I like, a direction I could see them taking the story.
Hmm.
Like especially imagine it because Ralsei has such like a sweet demeanor. Like him being like Sans, where he's just like holding back immense amounts of power.
Hmm.
I don't know. It would make sense to me, but
Yeah. Shall we move on to our favorites?
yeah, let's get to the favorites section.
Let's wrap this up.
Let's get this done.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a baby fussing in the
Little
background. I don't know if it's
baby
picking that up.
noises. I heard like a tiny bit of it. I thought it was a cat, but
No, it's definitely
it's a baby.
it, it's different.
No, I know.
Um.
It was just so muffled and distant that I couldn't tell.
Okay.
Favorites. So first
Okay.
we've got area.
Yep, that's what I got first.
Your favorite area in the game.
This was tough. I narrowed it down to two.
Is it a chapter 1 and a chapter 2 pick, or just
Yeah.
okay?
I'd argue it could be.
Okay.
Because definitely one's a chapter one thing, and then one I like more in chapter two.
Mm-hmm.
So chapter one, it's the Field of Hopes and Dreams.
That is mine.
Okay, perfect.
Right on.
I that was such a great first area. The music is so good.
That music hits way harder than like a first area needs to hit.
Mm-hmm. But then for chapter two, I also have My Castle.
Oh yeah.
Like, I just really like how it grows. I love the music there, and
Mm-hmm.
just
The fact that all the different people they go there to
uh-huh.
the central hub. Yeah, I could definitely see that. That's another one that comes to mind for me with like favorite areas.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
I
just like the way that like the people you spare show up there, and you know add to the personality and like what's going on in the
uh-huh.
narratives there.
And the fact that the town is named after you.
Yup.
That's a nice little detail. Um with the Fields of Hopes and Dreams, that one's my favorite. Again, like the music goes really hard and stuff, but just like I love the visuals of it with like it has sort of like an autumn leafy wildlands sort of color scheme to it. Like the colors are really cool and warm, and
Mm-hmm.
you just encounter so many strange, interesting like overworld enemy things. Like there's the little
Uh-huh.
eye things that have like the whips that spin around, and just like rooms where like little stars are shimmering and things. It looks so
Mm-hmm.
nice.
Yeah, it's good. It's a great way to kick off the adventure.
Also, it's the only area in the game where like once you walk in, there's the little song thing that appears and says like the music name.
Yup.
Because
I was
that was supposed to be something that Toby was going to program in, and he decided not to, but he left that one in, so it just is like unique for that area.
Yeah, it makes it really memorable.
Yeah, because I know as soon as I saw the music thing and I heard the music starting, I was like, oh, this is going to be a cool area.
Yeah. It's a shame we didn't get it for the rest of it, but like we still have it for that one, and so that makes
Yeah.
it just awesome.
That makes it almost more interesting because it's a scrapped mechanic that is still like slightly there in the game.
Mm-hmm. So next I have favorite song.
Yay! I do have one specific. I actually was able to choose one song that is my favorite,
Really?
and it's not easy, but it's a really good one. But with that
Okay.
said, I still can narrow it down to like a chapter 1, chapter 2.
So I have four.
Nice. It's
Um,
so hard to
it's
pick.
so hard when the music is this good. But like specifically, it's like a battles theme and then like an overworld,
Mm-hmm.
or like a different like a just a song.
Yeah.
I have one for chapter one and chapter two. I have both of that.
Um. All right. Well, in that case, since I only have two songs, I'll do mine first, and then
Uh huh.
if they're things that are on your list, then we can kind of just scratch them off, and then if not,
Yeah,
you can talk about yours.
go for it.
So overall, my number one favorite song that we have in the Deltarune soundtrack so far, and I don't see this one getting topped anytime soon, is The Legend from Chapter 1.
I have the legend on here. It's so
Because
good.
it's so dang good. Because, like, first of all, the fact that it builds up in a similar way to, like, Undertale's opening,
Uh huh.
with, like, how Once Upon a Time does, how it starts with the soft 8-bit tones.
Yeah, the very like chip tune.
But then, like, unlike Once Upon a Time, how it just kind of stays in that sort of warm, like, chiptune range. Um, the Legend, once it gets going, it adds in, like, sort of the orchestral elements, and it
Mm-hmm.
just gets, like, really soulful and emotional.
Uh huh.
And then,
I
like, everywhere else in the game where they're using the leitmotif from The Legend, like, those songs all hit really hard too, and they're super cool.
mhm. Yeah. Um I was going to say like the the opening to Undertale Once Upon a Time gives me like 8-bit vibes.
Hmm.
This gives me like 16-bit vibes. Like it feels like a jump in quality.
Right, like, we're moving on to, like, Super Nintendo, and like,
Yeah.
where like, everything about that vibe of Super Nintendo is, like, doing what they did before, but just bigger and better and harder.
Yes.
And that is how The Legend goes. Plus, just, like, the scene of, like, the beautiful artwork and everything, like,
Oh man.
oh, I love that. I love that moment.
Uh-huh. I
Also, I
guess
love that
all
your artwork is that.
yeah, that was a lot of fun to do. Um the I guess I'll do my other chapter one, the battle theme. I had on here versus Susie.
Yeah, that's another good one.
It's because again, it's that moment where she's fighting Lancer and just like it's it's Susie's theme but kicked up to like a battle tempo.
Mm-hmm.
And just like it really does give you that sense of dread and violence that like Susie can
Mm-hmm.
be.
Because it's
Oh,
like
and I
it's
just
scary, but it also has this, like, longing sense of despair in it. That's just
uh-huh.
so, like, no, I don't want this to happen. I just wanted everybody to be happy.
Uh-huh.
It's a good one.
The tempo's super fast paced. That guitar is so good. Cause like normally the Susie's theme, like it's like this slow, like somber, sad kind
Mm-hmm.
of thing. Whereas like this bit, you know, when it makes me think of Susie the Violent Tormentor.
Yep.
But that's for songs for chapter one. What about chapter two?
Chapter 2 is a little bit harder to narrow it down because there's two fights that have some really great music in my opinion. But the one I
Mm-hmm.
ended up giving it to was Smart Race.
Smart Race is really good. I considered that one.
Because
Uh,
it is the perfect complement to Birdley's, like, smarmy, self-absorbed character. It, there's something about, like, just the tune
mhm.
it's so, like,
Yeah.
it's it's just got like a great beat to it and everything, but it has that like birdly edge to it.
Uh-huh. Well, especially like I forgot to mention this when we talked about him, but just like his attack where like he holds his halberd like a sniper rifle and then fires that like wave of shots at you.
Yeah, there's like that huge like wave that kind of like swerves, and it's like there's like the aiming line of it, and it just like
Uh-huh.
it's cool.
It's really cool. And that song just it's so good.
It like the music is just the icing on the cake for that fight.
Mm-hmm.
What was the one during like the big like punch out final fight with Queen? It's like
Ah,
knock you down.
that's the other battle song that I had from
Okay.
chapter
Well, I'm
2.
I'm glad you picked that because I wanted to talk about that one too. Even though I like Smart Race
Yes.
better, that's like the other one that's really good.
Knock You Down is so good. Just like it really sets the mood.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like tense enough, but like hopeful enough that like, gosh, it feels like a giant bare knuckle brawl.
Mm-hmm. And it's really got that like '90s video gamey energy to it. That's just
It
super
does,
hype.
which is very fitting for like Queen and
Mm-hmm.
like a fight against her and her giant robot, and like that whole fight is so good. Oh man. But the other song I had on my list is called Lost Girl. It
Oh
is
yeah.
Noelle's theme. But it's not her theme. It's I want to say it plays when like she's in her room and she's looking out the window.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Um,
sounds right.
and it's just like this beautifully like somber, sweet song that just like, and of course because Toby, there's leitmotifs everywhere. Like he reprises it a bunch. Like there's like it's a version of like her theme. But then also like it plays a version of it when Susie and her are in the Ferris wheel together.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like it's a really sweet one. There's I know I always bring them up, but man on the internet is doing what he calls Deltarune the Not musical. Because he's insistent that like he's not going to make a musical until like the game is finished.
Yeah.
But like he's done like specific songs. And he did a version of like Lost Girl and lyrics to it. And it's really neat because it's a great look at just Noelle's character
Mm-hmm.
and like how lost she is. Like the title of this is so good with how she's just like she doesn't even know what she wants and she just lets other people walk all over her and just it's a good song.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Noelle,
Yeah, this one we've kind of already said, but just to
I've already
really
said it.
make it
Yeah.
official, favorite character, at
So,
least so far.
Noelle, like I love her as a party member. Like I love that she can heal. Um, she's a she's a dork, and I love her. But like she's there's more to her than is on the surface. Like the fact that like her interactions when she's one on one with Chris are super fun. And how like you pull the prank with like the electricity gate where you step off and she jumps over.
Oh yeah.
And then you go through like if you prank her, she pranks you back.
Yeah, that was so good.
I love Noelle.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Yeah. So I'm glad that like at least you spoke about Noelle because she's definitely in the running for my favorite character. I'm also glad that we have a favorite background character category because
Yes.
there's a background character that even could just be my favorite character.
Nice.
So we'll get to them when we get to them. But
Yeah.
like I said, as like so far, even though things are kind of suspect, it is Ralsei because even though we don't know everything that's going on and like what his side is and what his allegiances are, I just like that there's a really like friendly, huggy character in this game.
Uh-huh.
Like it's it's so weird how like as I've matured, I've kind of moved away from like edgy characters. Those used to be what I loved all the time as kids, but like as the concept of what a video game could be expanded, just knowing that like, oh, now I can play games and not like solve everything with violence. Like they're peaceful games. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's games that'll let you just unwind and have a good time. And technically Deltarune still isn't one of those because it's very intense. But the fact that like Ralsei is just there kind of shining in all the darkness, he very much has the vibe of like a guardian angel. I love that he's just such a proponent for peace and doing everything like the friendly way. But then at the same time, like the fact that he's kind of like stuffy and proper and like gets kind of mad when things don't go his way, like is also really endearing.
Yeah.
And it makes for some fun too because like you kind of get the balance of that with like Ralsei and Susie where it's like, oh, he teaches Susie important lessons and it helps her grow, but then also she kind of gets to like tease him back, and it's
Uh-huh.
fun that way too. I think even more so, like I do like Goat Face, and it was a very cool twist that it's like, oh, he's a goat person, but I love Ralsei like with the hat on where his face is all dark.
Uh-huh.
It's just such a cute design.
It really is.
I've said it many times. I'll keep on saying it. My big mo about character design is I like things that can be cute and cool at the same time, and I definitely
Yeah.
think Ralsei can do that.
So moving away from the bigger ones, favorite background character.
Background characters.
So obviously there's only one correct answer. My man, Nubert.
Nubert, my man. All right, let's move on. Okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna have another category.
Yeah.
Favorite non-Nubert background character because
Yeah.
everybody loves Nubert.
No, I will say like that was the thing was when they added Nubert in the live stream, and I was like, who is this guy? Like I love him.
I honestly just assumed that I forgot about that, and that was the thing that was always in there.
Yeah, no, I distinctly remembered. Like I was like, no, he was not there.
Okay,
Um,
that is
and
so
so
funny.
I was super confused.
Right.
But like he's I love the meme ability of him, but non Nubert, um, it's Lancer.
Could he be considered a background character? Because
I mean, he's an item. You don't use him in combat.
I guess yeah. It's just like he's really involved in chapter one.
I know.
He's
But
definitely going to
like,
be a background character going forward. So
yeah, I
that's fair.
love Lancer so much. He is so funny. He's so just like much like what you said with like Ralsei being a good person. Like
Yeah.
I know he tries to be the villain, but like Lancer is a good wholesome boy.
Yeah, he's just a good little kid.
He's just that. He is a little kid, and he's so like I think I have laughed more times in the whole game because of Lancer than like any other character.
Yeah.
How about you?
So for me, like I said, I like this one so much that they're even just a contender for like my favorite character in Deltarune. But I got to give it up for Sham. I
Ooh.
really like Sham. Just the moment I went into the shop and saw them, I was like, I'm all about this. Like his design is just so cool, and then you start talking to him, and he's just like so like old and kind of like he's lived out his life just about as much as he can, and now he just has like stories to tell and like and there's so much about him that's just so like mysterious and cool, and I'm just like I want to know his deal. Like
Mm-hmm.
because there is the whole thing like the little bit of breadcrumby lore that we get about Jevil. Sham was the one that locked him up,
Yeah.
and that's like how powerful does this guy have to be?
There's a part of me that wonders if at the end of chapter 7 if he is going to be the final super boss.
Yeah, if he's gonna be a super boss, I'd believe it.
I know.
But at the same time, it's also kind of interesting that he's adopted this like, well, whatever kind of view of the world that like
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't really like have anything to fight for anymore. He's just kind of like, yeah, the world could fall into chaos and destruction and sadness, and that's just life. Or you
Mm-hmm.
guys could save it, and then we keep on living and see what happens there. It's just it's
Yeah.
just how things are. But he's just kind of like this old, torn up stuffed animal.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fun like wordplay with his name. How
Gosh,
it looks like
yeah.
seam, like because he's like a torn up stuffed animal, but then he's like it's pronounced Sham, like the name Sean, and then he's like welcome to my shop SEAP. Just a fun,
Oh,
clever guy, and I
man.
just like as soon as I found out that he was involved also with like the super boss stuff, I was just so like something big is gonna happen with this guy.
Yep.
I want to know. I want to know everything about this dude. And is it like the music when you're sitting in the shop is so like
Oh, yeah.
it's haunting but also kind of chill.
It's
It's
the
just
fact that
yeah.
his button eye like emotes.
Yeah. It's the fact that like when talking with him and like your interactions with him, there's so much like morbidness to the world, but he's just so like whatever about it and he's super chill. Like it's wacky stuff. I look forward to seeing more of him because
Yeah.
he's right there in the castle town.
I did have another thought, because you're like, well, would Lancer not count or whatever?
Right.
I just want to give a special honorable mention to Rudy.
Yeah, Rudy.
Just man, a character like from the moment I met him, like dude already pulled out my heartstrings and
Yeah.
played him like a ukulele.
Played him like a
Grabbed it,
Christmas fiddle.
yeah, yeah, played Jingle Bells on my heartstrings. Like he
So
is a
good.
delight.
Yeah.
Absolute delight of a character. There's
I
so many good characters in these
There
games.
really are. I like how he's like old college buddies with Asgore.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Um
So good.
so still talking about characters, what is your favorite enemy?
Just favorite enemy, like the commonplace enemies, not like the
Mm-hmm.
bosses or anything. For me, I gotta say I like Task, which are like the big like cats with like the floppy disk heads.
Uh-huh.
Um, if only because there's so many good like visual gags with them. Like there's the one that's like hanging out of the window trying to crawl in, like
Yep.
and then of course like Task Manager in general. That's a whole nother rabbit hole of interests and character designs.
Yeah.
I don't blame anybody for liking Task Manager. Like that's a very
Funny
appealing design, but
funny you should mention that.
just the tasks
Uh
are what I like. What about you?
I do like Task Manager. Somebody pointed something out to me. Her design is based on Franziska von Karma
Ah, that makes sense.
from Ace Attorney, and I was just like, oh, because like she's got the whip and everything.
Yeah.
I was just like,
Yeah, that makes
plus
perfect
I
sense.
really like her boss fight. Like,
Yeah, where it's like you take the order and there's the A B C D.
yep, and she calls it out and then like electrocutes everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I had her on here, but also because I'm me, I have to acknowledge the mouse wheel
Yeah.
because it is a blatant Sonic the Hedgehog reference, and I can't not.
Is it?
I Yeah, because if you check it, it says gotta go fast, like it just keeps spinning faster and
Oh
faster.
my goodness. That's one I need to remember in my next playthrough of Chapter 2. I need to remember to check the enemies, because that's not
Yes,
something we did during our playthrough.
yes, please. I always check the enemies because you get some amazing
Oh, definitely. Every time you
dialogue
do, it's good.
in both Undertale and in Deltarune.
Yeah.
Um. Okay, so still character wise, but favorite boss.
For this one. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. I have the Giga Queen.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's Punch Out.
It's Punch Out.
I and here's the thing. Again, it changed up the formula so much for the game. Like I can't not love it. It's
Yeah.
just it was fun. It was different. It encouraged you to fight without any like real consequence of, to like the ending.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got like actually got to have like a really fun fight
A
rather than just
satisfying way
like
to have a fun, non-lethal fight.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. What about you?
For me, and it's definitely tough to say because there's lots of good stuff. Especially now that I've beaten Jevil, I can appreciate him a lot more. But for many of the reasons discussed previously, I gotta give it to King.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not just like the fight itself, but like there is some genuine stakes to that fight.
Oh yeah.
Um, like the build up, the reveal of his character, all of like the subversions of expectations, and then just the fact that like he does all that wacky stuff, like shifting the box that you're in around, and
Mm-hmm.
um, just like all of his attacks and everything. Like, not only do they look cool, but like the combination of like what's happening visually with the music. And
Mm-hmm.
again, like I said, I love the song "The Legend," and so the fact that they use that leitmotif in his boss theme, when that part of the song hits, like it is so good.
It's so good.
And so it's just like the tension that's in the buildup of the scene, the actual fight. Like, I remember experiencing that fight and thinking like we've moved so far past Undertale now. Like there is so much creativity in these fight gimmicks and all of that. And King was just the start of it because it got even crazier with Chapter 2. But that fight was like the moment that just made me feel a lot of things. So I
Mm-hmm.
definitely got to give it to that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so our last one that I have, this is the last one you got, right?
Yep.
Okay. So it's favorite moment. Um, and I'll go first just because it's the King fight. So I'm just gonna kind of like piggyback off of what I
Just
just said.
repeat like ditto to everything you just said.
Yeah, like everything I said, but like especially like with the build up. The fact that like you don't know anything about Lancer's bounciness, and so the King is like, I'll drop him if you don't do anything. It's just so like, what an evil dude. Like there's
Uh-huh.
so many stakes to everything. The fact that like like Lancer distracts him and then runs off. and then you're like, all right, well, we gotta fight him then. Um, and like really just the sense of urgency in that scene, it is written out perfectly. Um, there's a ton of cool stuff all throughout the games, but that specific moment was the most gripping to this point that
Yeah.
Deltarune has ever been for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to give it to that one. But what about yourself? What's your favorite moment?
So I have two, a chapter 1 and a chapter 2. I'm going to start with chapter 2 because once again, I'm going to repeat what I previously said, the Giga Queen
Yeah.
fight. Like, just
Nice.
again, changed up like everything about the game. It was so much fun. It was a cool fight. It was just a great way to finish out that whole like segment, and it ultimately resulted in like Noelle's like biggest moment as a character.
Yeah.
For chapter 1, however, I have Susie versus Lancer.
Yeah.
Like, that moment was just genius game design. I know we've talked about it a bunch, but
Mm-hmm.
like it's that narrative, your choices don't matter, because like Susie is the one making the choices. And so like you can't affect this moment, but you try to. The music is so good. Lancer just refusing to fight, and like it ultimately results in like Susie's like dynamic shift as a character to like her becoming a hero.
Mm-hmm.
And just again, like Susie and Lancer have one of the best dynamics in the whole game in both chapters.
Yeah.
Um, but like, there's a lot of good moments in these games.
Yeah. Another one, as far as a comedic moment goes, one that we didn't bring up that I just remembered about was the um after Susie and Noelle do the Ferris wheel ride, where Birdley is like, like I can't love you. I'm in love with Susie, or Susan, as he says, and then she just
Yes.
strangles him and just what, what? That was some outstanding sprite work.
Oh, it was so good.
And
I
it
also,
was just like the wrath of like an innocent, meek little girl
yep.
being unleashed.
Um, there's so many great moments. I was also thinking about like the way that they do the two, uh, like conversations in one box, and like how well Toby uses that.
Oh yeah,
Um,
where the little character heads pop in and they say
yeah,
something.
like my favorite one I think is when like it's after you go talk to Spampton, and Ralsei is like she like Susie wanted to know if you bring her back some candy, and then Susie's like, no, I didn't. And then in that same dialogue box, there's a second one of her, and she just, Chris,
It's like, Chris?
huh? You did you bring me candy?
Yep. Another good example of that is the during chapter 1 where you fight the what is it, K round?
Yup.
Like
Oh man.
the second time you fight it, where what is it, rules card summons it. And Ralsei's like, it looks like it's in pain somehow, and then Susie's like, it looks fine. It's like, the crown's different. And Susie pops up again, like, it's exactly the same.
There's so many great moments in these games.
Yep.
Ah,
So much charm, so much love.
I love it.
All right.
Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Who would you like to go first?
I can go first.
Okay.
Just summing it all up, like Toby is too good. This little dog. I don't know how he made a game, but like, man, and like, I know there's kind of a stigma around Undertale because like people really got annoying about Undertale, and like I totally get it. But like I urge people, if you haven't played this game, like these games, ignore the fandom. Like, don't let somebody else dictate you having fun and just enjoy it. Like, it's some of the best writing, some of the just, it's fun, it's silly, it will tear out your heart and beat it to a bloody pulp. And then that's when you slap it back together and say, but it refused. But like, again, Undertale changed a lot of my outlook on life and like the way I act and behave. I think Deltarune is just like an evolution of that. That's what I gotta say.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that there. Like there is, it's dying now, but like there certainly is just like the stigma of like the hyper obsessed Undertale fans.
Mm-hmm.
Never let hyper obsessed people be the ones to determine your involvement in something. Like, even if you have to just ignore the internet and play these games alone, like, that's certainly
Mm-hmm.
fine. Also, we're giving advice to people, like, who haven't played the game, even though we told them to leave because of spoilers. But I guess if you chose to listen to this anyways, it probably didn't make a lot of sense because we kind of just gushed about different moments.
Yeah.
But even so, like, the thing that I think about Undertale and any of Toby's games, people looking from the outside in may wonder like why is this so popular when it's so like lower budget compared to modern games and like not really revolutionary except maybe in its writing. The thing that I say is like Toby's games, the feeling that they evoke for me is like, that feeling when you found like some super obscure like indie or just forgotten gem of a game and like it just totally resonates with you and you're like, this is awesome, like why is this so obscure, I wish the rest of the world knew about this. Like your Bombermans, your Billy Hatchers, your like some old arcade game that's been forgotten about, like whatever kind of a game it is, like you always wish to yourself, like, I wish this could have gotten the recognition it deserves. Undertale is the first of its kind to kind of get that. And so it's
Yeah.
been weird shifting. Because, like, it was just a niche little indie game made by a single person for the most part. That's like, when Toby looks at his own creation, he's like, yeah, it's just a decent, cute little 7 out of 10 game that I made. But it's like, unlike all these other games, or what's the other one I'm thinking of? Like Cave Story or something like that.
Yeah.
Because Cave Story still technically did blow up, but it just never got, like, colossal, It didn't get a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of sequels or anything like that, but
It didn't get a character as a Mii costume into Smash.
right. It should have. But anyway.
Yeah.
But that's like Undertale is the first time that it finally happened. Where like a niche indie game with very specific, like for specific people's tastes and design philosophies hit the big time. So that's why
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of weird to comprehend that. Specifically, like moving from Undertale to Deltarune, though, I agree with everything you said. It really feels like they just took what was good about Undertale and just ramped it up. The gameplay is just like it delivers this extremely satisfying loop. Acting and interacting with all the characters, the enemies, the bullet hell stuff, the dodging, like we said, bullet grazing, how it kind of makes you want to take more risks and like throw yourself into danger more. all those aspects like that are super good. The music, like, what can I even say about the music anymore? It's freaking Toby Fox. Like, he knows how to write a video game tune, and he'll always stand out as an example of how to integrate your music into your game. Because you can make good music and you can make a good game, but if you make the two harmonize, then you have an experience that's unlike anything else. Specifically, like, with the direction of where Deltarune is headed and like where chapter 2 left us off. I do, like, again, I didn't mind it so much. Like, it was the humor of chapter 2. It was funny and it was engaging, and like we had a good time with it. But I hope it doesn't stay hyper jokey like that all the time. Like, I hope that's just the thing that makes chapter 2 distinct.
Yeah, I think actually Toby said that he was like, yeah, this was meant to just kind of be like a goofier, sillier chapter. And I think he said chapter 3 is going to be like that.
Okay.
But I don't think it's going to stay that way.
Right. It's probably not. And also, like, we're not just going to get like one chapter at a time. He's going to bulk release them now.
Yeah.
So, you know, as long as it kind of goes back to the tone that chapter 1 established. And chapter 1 was still jokey too. It just felt more like reserved.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe that could have to do with the fact that chapter 2 is set in a internet cyberspace.
Yeah, I think that's a large part of it.
It definitely fits and it works thematically, but it is just kind of, I don't know. I felt like the humor got a bit more exhausting by the end of it. And maybe it was just that I was hoping that like scenes would grip me, like they really did in chapter 1, and they kind of didn't. But again, that's not to say that it's all bad. Like, in terms of gameplay, like, chapter 2 goes like far above and beyond like what a thing needs to do. But it's just, you know, at the end of the day, it's Toby. He gets game design.
Oh yeah.
Like, there is nothing that I could like recommend that he do or whatever. Like, he's got a plan going forward with this game. Everything that he designs comes from the heart, and it's just always good. In fact, there's so much stuff, like, I remember, like, with my projects trying to make games growing up, I always had these very, like, poignant ideas about, like, you know, sharp, creative storytelling that would really grip people, and I could never get it just quite right. And then it was so funny that, like, all these ideas that I'd come up with just on my own as a kid, when I started playing through Toby's games, he would make things like the stuff that I came up with, but perfected.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's not the attitude to think like, well, why bother if Toby's going to do it better than me? That's not the right takeaway from this, but
no.
It just shows me, like, you know, there's good ideas, but like if you really get to the grindstone and work on things, like, you can make some incredible stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Toby really is just a shining example of an artist. And he's got so many good team members working with him, especially Temmie. Like, Temmie, like, I don't know how you get to be that talented. Like, it's just...
Yeah.
Like, the amount of time she must have invested in learning to draw and learning to, you know, invest in, like, game design concepts and and all that. Like, Temmie's amazing, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's just what I want to close with. Like, everyone who's working on that is so good at what they do. Like, of course, Deltarune's going to turn out to be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Well, that brings us to the end of that.
That brings us to the end of Deltarune.
For now, anyway.
Well, yeah, the end of... So this is the exciting thing. Now, just as chapters periodically come out, we can do episodes on those.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So we'll definitely be back to Deltarune at some point, but we got to talk about what's coming up next.
Next time.
All right. Next time on Tradin Faves, a 2-for-1 special. We're going into a game that I have no experience with or any concept of what's about to happen, so I can't really comment on what it's going to be like. But it's a 2-for-1 in more ways than one, because we'll be playing Evoland, both Evolands, 1 and 2. And to make the 2-for-1 concept even more exciting, we'll be having another podcaster joining us for this one. We'll have
That's right.
an exciting secret guest.
The podcast is evolving. We're adding another member.
That's the thing. We're gonna kind of try something new here. Just invite somebody specifically because they want to, get involved with us talking about Evoland. But I don't know. I think like having guests on the podcast is something we'll try to do every now and then.
Yeah.
We've definitely kicked around the idea of doing Hollow Knight with Steven.
Yeah.
Because he's like, ooh, he is all in on Hollow Knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this will be a good first guest.
Yeah, this will be a fun test drive to see like how having a third person on the podcast affects things.
I'm really excited because I've played the first Evoland, but I have not played the second. And so this will be really exciting to like have something we're both sort of blind on, and then have like a third person.
Right. You'll be able to like re-experience the first game, and that'll kind of ease us into things, and then we'll both just go into uncharted territory with 2.
It'll be fun. Oh, I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. So if you want to keep up with like the book clubby format, then as you finish up with this episode, if you want to join us, then like Evoland is usually pretty cheap. It goes on sale quite often.
Yep.
From what I've seen on Steam, you can get the first 2 games bundled together as well. They have like a bundle deal for them. It's like the Legacy Edition or something. So yeah, if you want to join in with us, then by all means, feel free to play the game now. But with that said, I'm really excited to get into Evoland. And again, like I'm really excited for like having another person on the podcast and seeing how that goes.
Extend our speaking time by like another 2 hours.
Yeah, we have like a whole nother person that has to cover faves. First impressions history.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it'll be fun. And with that too, like I said, trying to invite more special guests, I guess to like my mutuals that watch these, like if you guys have like games that you want us to cover on Tradin Faves and everything, like we'd be happy to have you on the show and chat with you about these games as we play them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's gonna wrap us up for the day. We're done.
We're done. We did it.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I had a long work day. I'm just like, I'm done.
Dude, I know the feel.
I just need like Noelle to just like strangle me and shout "what" a bunch of times and just like take care of me because I'm
get you a gamer girl to strangle you.
It's horrible. Don't tell Birdly. I don't like that joke. I don't want that to be the thing we end on.
I know. Do you have a better one?
No. Okay, we did it. We managed to stop being funny right as I hit record, so.
What? Unacceptable.
Bloopers. Da 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 da.
Oh man. I'm a little tired today, so it's gonna...
Me too.
Yay!
Give me a banana.
Chris, give me a banana.
Chris, get the banana. Chris, get the banana. Chris, get the banana. Chris, get the banana.
Potassium. Boy.
That's okay, Chris. Potassium is good for you.
All right, Susie Zilla.
This is Susie-zilla. I like the giant monster movies more than the giant human movies.
I don't know why, but that gives me the mental image of like a baby, but it's like 30,000 feet tall, and it just makes the Godzilla roar.
Knocking over buildings and stuff. No, it's like there's a knocked over building that it picks up, and it's like trying to drive around like a toy car.
Baby, but it's hanging off the Empire State Building like King Kong.
I didn't want there to have to be a ton of bloopers, but
I'm sorry.
here we are.
This is the.
Now's your chance to be a big shot. Be a big shot. Now's your chance to be a big shot. Be a big.
I return.
Welcome back. I was just singing Spampton tunes.
Now's your chance to be a big shot.
Be a big shot.